Recording in progress.
Join us. Before we go a step further, Director Sakata has to make a clarifying remark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks. It's a pleasure being. You probably know, I've recently taken on a new position with the Colorado Department of Ag. It's position of the Ag Water Policy. But today I'm strictly here on my personal behalf, still as a CWCB board member from the South Line, not associated.
Thank you, Director Sakata. I would note before we go any further too that we have a couple new faces at the table here, so to speak. Grace Kosloff's here, representing Regional Water Resources. Great to have you. Thanks for stepping in. And we have the elusive Director Davis from Parks and Wildlife. So really great to see you. I hope it's a relief to Rob that you are here, because he has been sitting in that chair for basically my whole 4 years, I think. So welcome. Thank you for joining us. Are there any amendments to that, or people comfortable? Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Director Anderson?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
Okay.
Second.
Second, Director Sakata. Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Motion carries. Next up, we have minutes in our packets from the November 15th and 16th meeting. There were some corrections already put forward by Director Sakata and I think Director Vasquez, maybe. I had the same issue that Director Sakata brought up, so I'm glad we have that resolved. Were there any other corrections or concerns with the minutes? If not, is there a motion to approve those? Director Sakata?
I would move to approve.
Okay. Director Anderson with the second. All those in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? Motion carries. We have a consent agenda that's been published at the back of our regular agenda today. We didn't have anything specifically to remove from that, right? Yeah, okay. So is there anybody have any issues with the consent agenda as presented? If not, is there a motion to approve? So moved. Director Vasquez, second by Director Brody. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries. And then I would point out, we've got, looks like a great schedule coming up this year with meetings in Denver, Colorado, River Basin, the North Platte Basin, which looking for my tent, I guess, and the Rio Grande, and then back to Denver. Yeah. So just to note that. So next up is director's reports, and we are going to, I think, make a little shift and have the IBCC report before the CWCB director report, just to accommodate schedules. But first off, we'll start with DNR director Dan Gibbs.
Great. Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Great to see everyone here this morning in Aurora. I just want to say it's going to be a big few days this week. As you all know, we're going to be meeting with the Water Quality Control Division. We have our in-stream flow celebration, and then of course, Water Congress for the rest of the week. So during these weeks when, we're away from families and so forth, I just want to say thank you to the board. Thank you to CWCB staff. I'm just so grateful for your dedication, the time that you put to do the homework and discuss the challenging topics that we discuss. I'm just really grateful for your work. I know the governor is very grateful to you for the time and energy you put into this meaningful work, especially when we're here for these CWCB meetings. Thinking of the board, as you all know, sometimes folks get termed out, and I just want to give a special shout out to Steve Anderson and Robert Sakata. First Director Anderson, thank you for representing the Gunnison Basin. It's really been wonderful to get to know you over the last few years, and you've provided, a very strong voice for your community, and, in particular, helping us look through a landscape of Colorado's ever-changing water landscape through the lens of a peach farmer. So I think that's really fun and unique. So thank you for your many years of service here. And then Director Sakata, we know that you're not going too far. In fact, there'll be times when you'll be sitting right next to me or a couple away from me. But congratulations on your new position as Ag Water Specialist. And also it's been wonderful, getting to know you and the times we've been able to spend together on long road trips around the state and kind of hearing more about you and your story, but also understanding how you help us see Colorado's changing landscape through now a feedstock grower, but onion farmer before and many other crops before. So that really is important to understand the lens that you see water through, and I really appreciate your long-term commitment to the state. So thank you. Wow. So is this? Okay. I'm like, oh, something not right. Yeah. So we are currently, I'm working with the governor on new appointments for the South Platte and the Gunnison. And also I'm looking at the reappointment for the South Platte as well, for Director Vasquez. So also thank you for your service. I know you're finishing up your term for Director Tritt's term that she had before. So I'll keep you all posted as those decisions will be made. Also just thinking of transitions, we've had a few at the DNR. You all know Kevin Ryan, our state engineer, recently retired, and thank you so much, Assistant State Engineer and now Acting Director Tracy Kozloff, for stepping in to fill this really important position right now. So thank you, Tracy. That particular position for state engineer will be open until February 7th. So if you know good people, please have them apply. It's really important in the state of Colorado. And also, we're currently interviewing candidates for the vacant Federal Affairs Policy 4 position. This is so important as we navigate all the different federal rulemakings and just like what comes down the pike from Washington, D.C. and how we can best position the DNR. So that is open. And then also our Division of Reclamation Mine Safety, Jenny Brannon retired from that, and we're in the final stages of we hope to announce that, maybe later on this week, if not early next week, on who the new director will be. Also want to give a warm welcome to Director Davis. We're really excited to have Jeff here with us today at our CWCB meeting. And you've heard me talk about Jeff in the past, but he comes to us with about 25 years of experience with the state of Washington and being the head of conservation programs there. And he's really hit the ground running, to say the least, with a lot of challenging topics that he has just been able to navigate really well. In particular, finding success with Proposition 114 just recently. Perkins County Canal, that's been in the news a little bit lately. There was actually, I would say, somewhat misleading article with a headline of Colorado pledges to play nice as Nebraska plows ahead on $628 million canal at the state line. So that, of course, caught our attention. And, although Colorado remains committed to meeting our obligations under the South Platte compact. Nebraska has yet to provide any sufficient detail to me or our team. And, we know that there's still a long and costly process for Nebraska to acquire land, design, permit, and construct Perkins County Canal. But in the event that Colorado and Nebraska disagree on the substance or the process that's required, Colorado will take every steps necessary to ensure that Nebraska complies with the compact and all other applicable laws. So want to make sure everyone knew that we definitely followed that headline, to say the least. The legislative session started up just a few weeks ago. It's really in full swing. And Daphne Gervais, who's my legislative director, she is at the Capitol daily, really looking at what bills impact the Department of Natural Resources, sharing information, really getting positions on what we support, what we don't. As I think you all know, probably each legislator can introduce up to 5 bills. Sometimes they can get waivers for that. Every bill, even if it's on paper seems a little crazy, you might be scratching your head thinking, why is someone introducing a bill on this? But every bill gets a fair hearing. So it gives an opportunity for a legislator to talk about issues that they find are important for their district, or frankly, sometimes they introduce bills just for statements too. But we're really navigating that whole process right now. And just to give you all a snapshot on some of the work we're doing legislatively, as you all know, we have the CWCB projects bill, and that is such an important piece of legislation for water that you all play such a critical role in, including today's vote, of course. But we have bill sponsors that are working on that particular bill, and we'll be ready to hit the road to get that through the legislative process. We also have our Species Conservation Trust Fund bill. So pending your approval today, we anticipate allocating up to $5 million for this year's Species Conservation Trust Fund bill. It's really important for the protection actions, including protection for Upper Colorado River endangered fish recovery program. So that's been a really strong program that we've had in place for many years. We also have a bill that was just introduced last Friday that is really more in CPW's wheelhouse, but that's to conduct investigations and surveys of native invertebrates and rare plants in order to develop information about population distribution, habitat needs, limiting factors, other biological and ecological data. And this really fits in with our whole Department of Natural Resources priorities on biodiversity. And so that plays a really key part of what we're working on. That particular bill is, if you want to follow that, HB 24-1117, and that's introduced with the bill sponsors are Rep. McCormick, Rep. Soper, and Senator Marchman. Let's see here. And then also our Water Resources and Ag Review Committee bills. Just want to highlight a few that came out of that. Senate Bill 5, which would require local jurisdictions and state facilities to prohibit the installation of non-functional turf for new and redevelopment of any commercial, institutional, industrial property. We see that that's very complementary to the CWCB's turf replacement program, as well as Governor Polis's executive order requiring water-wise landscaping for new and redevelopment of state facilities. So that is moving forward. Also, Senate Bill 38, authorizing conservancy districts in water management. That's introduced by Senator Simpson. It's my understanding that this is really to help solve a local challenge within the San Luis Valley, where Castillo County isn't a part of the Rio Grande Water Conservancy District. So I'm sure you're very familiar with that topic. And then Senate Bill 26, that's CPW, CWCB, and Department of Agriculture public meetings bill. So this really came about as a wish to have you all serving on these boards to be more connected to the people that you represent in your districts. And so we've worked with the bill sponsor on that to try to not create more meetings for you all, but really potentially have, for example, if you attend a roundtable meeting, that would suffice for that particular requirement. Or looking at Director Davis for CPW, if you're a sports person rep, potentially after a CPW commission hearing, that there's set aside time where the sportsman community can come and state their concerns or what they support, what they don't. We are just very acutely aware of all the time you already put in, and we want to be consistent and support the bill sponsors and what they want to work on, but also make sure, again, we're not creating a whole lot more meetings for what you already do in a volunteer capacity. We are also working with CDPHE on their water quality control division on a dredge and fill program. And Speaker McCluskey just actually had a town hall meeting. Kelly Romero-Heaney, my assistant director for water, attended that earlier this week, or was that late last week? I can't remember. It was one or the other. Yeah, my days are all. But there were well over a couple hundred people in attendance that really covered that. So connect with either Daphne or Kelly if you want to hear more about everything that was going on for that. The Colorado River Drought Task Force that was created under Senate Bill 295 submitted their final recommendations to the General Assembly on December 15th. It included such items as investing improvements for aging water infrastructure, turf replacement, emerging water management technologies, and local capacity building grants for water projects. A long list of possible recommendations that may be turned into bills. Want to give a special thank you to those that participated, Commissioner Greenberg, my AD on water, Kelly Romero-Heaney, Director Brown, thank you for your leadership in that, as well as Kevin Ryan was also a participant. So there was a lot going on with that. And then let's see, I'll let Jeff Davis maybe do his stuff with Parks and Wildlife, but high level, we were very successful with the wolf reintroduction effort to make sure we're consistent with state law, Proposition 114 that passed. We are also now working towards the reintroduction of wolverines, and we now know through more or less through some litigation, we know that wolverines are now listed as threatened. But along with that listed threatened came along what's called a 4D rule, which really helps clarify what you can what incidental take looks like. So there was more or less a carve out for incidental forest timber management and other activities. Parks and Wildlife sent a letter recently to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service asking for broader carve-outs that include like outdoor recreation, that include mining activity, snowmobile activity, and so forth. So we're actively working with them on what those potential carve-outs can look like. Forest Health, our Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program, continues to be a great success. We're contracting with 23 new grants for our second round of workforce development program. And more recently, our co-SWAT program teamed up with the Wildfire Ready Watersheds, which is housed within CWCB, and helped fund the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District for their Landscape Resilience Program. They received $980,000 grant to reduce wildfire risks in the Bear River watershed area. And then also the Jefferson Conservation District also received their second landscape grant work funding in partnership with Denver Water's high priority areas. We're continuing to work closely with our tribal partners, in particular with Ute Mountain Ute leadership and Southern Ute leadership, and we're continuing to make sure that our tribes have a strong voice in partnership with the Department of Natural Resources, and that we don't that we include them early on in particular in areas that include everything from measurement rules that Division of Water Resources is working on, wildlife management, other reintroduction efforts, state park projects, cultural resource, how we tell stories at our state parks. And so I feel like that will continue to work and improve our relationship with the tribes. I want to give a special thank you to Stacy Coleman, my relatively new tribal director, liaison director, and she's really in my opinion, really hit the ground, really running really well. So I'm grateful for her work. So with that, I know there's a lot going on and stuff, and I'll be here all day, but not tomorrow. So happy to answer any questions, or we're at the break too to chat with anyone if there's any side questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Gibbs. Are there any questions for him? Oh, okay, thank you. So next up, we're going to go to the IBCC Director, Becky Mitchell.
Thank you. And I'll be brief since there hasn't been an IBCC meeting since our last board meeting. So, but just kind of give a lay of the land of where we're at. First off, I have to express gratitude for all the IBCC members and that ongoing commitment, remembering that much of what we do in the water world in Colorado is volunteer-based, which means you work for free or sometimes at your own cost. And that the IBCC is no exception to that. It is definitely energized me as I think about kind of that level of commitment that it takes to sit on the Interbasin Compact Committee and really focus on elevating the Colorado stakeholders. Looking ahead to 2024, we will have 3 IBCC events. The next one being February 27th. That's our regular meeting. It will be held in Golden. The meeting invite is out. I urge everyone to come if you want to get there. We're finalizing some of the details, but that'll get out publicly. The meeting following that is June 17th, 2024. That's a regular meeting to be held in Durango. Details on that to come later. And then we heard a lot of positive feedback about the C9 Summit, the basin roundtables and feeding up into that. And so we'll be doing another C9 Summit October 1st and 2nd, half day on October 1st, full day on October 2nd in Crested Butte. So we're going to be continuing to build on meeting agendas from previous IBCC discussions and express interest, which is why we have built in time for Colorado River discussions. You may recall if you were at the C9 Summit, I made a commitment to reach out to each of the IBCC members and really have a discussion about what can we do better together. Where can the IBCC make a difference and have the most impact, acknowledging that they're not the decision makers, but rather they can influence and implement recommendations up to this board. And so we're obviously focused on that. Those conversations have started and they have been enlightening for me, to say the least. And so those who have already participated in those individual discussions with me, I want to thank you for that. And then we also hope to hold some longer meetings. And I know folks say longer meetings. That's actually in response to what's been asked for by IBCC members. They really feel like they want to get into the weeds on some things and talk about the meat and really figure out how they can be influential. So that is it on the IBCC. That being said, I can't leave the mic without acknowledging a few friends. First of all, Director Anderson or Steve Anderson. I think the whole time I've been on the board, you've been there with me. And so I appreciate our time together and the pet names that you call me, because they get a lot of airtime and I appreciate that. And so thank you for that. And thank you for, I have to echo everything that Director Gibbs said. And so thank you for that. And then Director Sakata, you won't be going far. And so, but I think I definitely took some heat from Julie, and now it is no longer my fault about how much time you are on the road. But I do appreciate it, and I think we should all remember to aspire to still be more like Robert, even if he's not the South Platte Basin Roundtable. You being around will inspire us to be better. And so I appreciate your volunteerism on the board, and but more importantly, I appreciate your friendship and inspiring me to do better. So thank you for that. And that's it.
Thank you, Director Mitchell. Any questions or comments for her? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to CWCB Director Lauren Riss.
Yeah, thank you. It looks like I have a microphone that's held together with duct tape, so hopefully it withstands the report. Thank you so much. And I also wanted to begin the meeting with thanking Directors Anderson and Sakata for your service on this board. We've been so lucky to have you sitting at the table and out in the communities representing the CWCB over the last several years. And just really want to thank you for your service and just appreciate so much the time and effort you've put into these meetings and representing the CWCB out in your communities and at the roundtables, and all the work in reading the packet and making sure you catch our errors. We're going to miss that. And for the Department of Ag, we know you're not going far, and now they're just paying you to do the work you've already been doing for the last several years. So we'll look forward to seeing you, Director Sakata, at all of the meetings. All of them. A couple of updates. I wanted to make sure it's on everyone's radar that we are having a celebration to recognize the 50th anniversary of our in-stream flow program. That'll take place at this location tomorrow after the board meeting, and have a nice program put together, and really just a nice way to honor half a century of such an important program in Colorado. So I hope you all can stay for that. We have some in-stream flow alumni that I think will be showing up and helping us celebrate. So it'll be a fun homecoming week for some folks. Staff-wise, we do have a new staff person with us at this meeting. Is Anna in the audience? There she is. Hi, Anna. So Anna Reichen is our Colorado River Technical Modeling Specialist, and she just started in early January working in the interstate and federal section. We're going to affectionately refer to Anna as New Anna, Anna 3. We have 3 Annas now, but that means Anna Moss is the old Anna, and I don't think we want to go there. So we'll Anna number 3. No more Annas can apply to the agency. I'm just kidding. No, we're really glad to have you, Anna. Thanks for being at the meeting. And we are also in the process, as Dan mentioned, of hiring a federal policy specialist as part of the Colorado River package from last budget cycle. And also we're hiring a GIS specialist in the water supply planning section, and have been doing interviews to backfill Cole's position as a project manager in the finance section. So per the usual, we're busy recruiting the best and the brightest to work at CWCB. And hopefully we'll have some new staff to recognize at the next board meeting. I did want to mention as well that we had our SMART Act hearing last week. And Director Davis, it's nice to see you, and hopefully this is a reprieve from Wolf questions for the next 48 hours. Jeff was the star of the show, the SMART Act hearing. We didn't have too many water questions, with the exception of a question for Becky about federal funding in the Colorado River and how all that's going to work. So thank you for the staff's effort in putting together all of the reporting metrics that are required as part of the SMART Act, and our operational planning agenda item that Anna has tomorrow, I believe. We'll go over some of what the CWCB's performance metrics are and get your feedback on that for our next cycle, because we are now beginning that now that the SMART Act hearing is over. A couple of programmatic updates. Our CWCB-led Urban Landscape Conservation Task Force finalized its work, making progress on Water Plan Action 1.7, so we can check that box, to identify turf replacement options that support transformative landscape change. We're expecting the report is going to be released late January, and that'll contain recommendations as well as areas for continued research and some similar efforts to watch out for in Colorado. The meetings were all recorded and are available on the CWCB's YouTube channel if you are interested in hearing some of those conversations. On January 8th, we released, along with the Colorado Climate Center, an updated climate change in Colorado report that was through CSU. This is just really, I would say, amazing, except that's not quite the right word, because it's actually quite substantially depressing, I would say, the results that are in that climate report, but just a really important report to peruse and get familiar with some of the statistics. I think the one that sticks out for me is that since I was born, I won't say what year, but since I was born, the average climate in Colorado has increased by 2 degrees, which just feels impactful, that just in my lifetime, we've already seen an increase in temperature. We funded that effort since 2021 and is really an important part of our completing water plan action 4.8. So we just continue to tick through those items as part of our commitment in the water plan. In the coming weeks, the water supply planning staff will be reaching out to basin roundtables to give a short presentation about the progress on our CWCB guide and get an initial round of basin roundtable feedback on that proposed content. So stay tuned for updates on that and look to see those on the agenda at basin roundtable meetings. A drought update as of January 25th for Southern Colorado counties, Conejos, Castilla, Alamosa, Rio Grande are experiencing areas of D3 drought after over 3 months at D2. So we're starting to see an uptick in drought reports around the state. Those conditions are discussed and monitored as part of our Water Conditions Monitoring Committee, which was formerly the Water Availability Task Force. We have those meetings regularly, and we provide an update on latest snowpack, reservoir levels, and other important drought indicators. The next, I guess we're abbreviating that to WCMC, Water Conditions Monitoring Committee. Yes, that works. Which will be on February 20th of next month. So tune in for that. You can see the links on our website if you're interested in hearing updated conditions. Another in-stream flow update on February 8th, the Stream and Lake Protection Section will be hosting its annual workshop that provides opportunities to recommend certain stream reaches or natural lakes for inclusion in the state's in-stream flow program. This will be virtual, and you can register for that online. This is something we do every year. And then a couple of points to brag about from our finance committee. I'm sorry, our finance section. The written director's report includes a list of potential borrowers that have contacted the loan program but have not submitted a loan application. So this is, I think, a new process that Kirk has initiated to just try and gauge what some of the need is out in Colorado. And the potential loan amount, if all entities were to come in for loans, which of course that would be unlikely, but if they were to come in for loans, the need would be over 3 billion with a B. So I thought that was striking. The written director's report also includes our annual summary of substantially completed projects for this last year, which included a number of really important projects, and that totaled over $32 million in loan financing from the CWCB. And also the small project loan report that was submitted to the General Assembly that includes all loans that were authorized during calendar year 2023 that were under 10 million. So these are the loans that did not have to go through the projects bill. That's included in the written director's report, and that totals over $38 million. So just a lot of good work getting loan financing out into the community to finance water projects around the state of Colorado. So big thanks to the finance section in the agency. I think that's it. There's a lot more content in the written report, so feel free to read through that and ask me or any of our staff members if you have any questions, but I think that'll do it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Director Riss? Director Sakata.
Thanks. Director Rist, in your report, it indicates, every report you indicate the interest rates. And this is the first time I've noticed that hydroelectric and ag are different. I thought in the past they were the same, but I could have been mistaken.
Mr. Russell, do you want to take that one? Finance Section Chief Kirk Russell.
Good morning. Good morning. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. Thank you, Director Sakata. The hydroelectric rate was set probably 20 years ago, and it has never changed. It was set at 2%, so it would have been coincidental that ag was 2 for a while, and I think ag has been in that space, but hydro stays at 2, and I think it was going back in years tied to what the Water and Power Authority were using as well at the time, and I think they may still be at 2% for hydroelectric. So that one's in stone. Not that the board can't change that, but if that answers your question.
Any other questions for Director Riss? I guess I would just ask, did the climate modeling at the time of your birth anticipate the impact you would have on temperatures?
I mean, that was just a few years ago, so, I don't know. That's such a good question. If we were even doing the kind of modeling that we're doing today, I think is probably unlikely,
Yeah,
but.
okay. Let's move on to Agricultural Commissioner Kate Greenberg.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. It's great being with you all. I do have a brief presentation to give my updates today. A lot of them are in photos. I want to start by saying I'll be here all day today, and I'll be gone tomorrow with USDA dignitaries for an announcement on specialty crops. So looking forward to that. I also want to say I thank you to Director Anderson for your service on the board and representing agriculture. I expect our paths will continue to cross even as you move off the board, but thank you for your service. And I now just work down the hall from Director Sakata, so it's hard to say goodbye and thank you. Maybe I'm sorry for, creating this new role that is taking up lots of your time, but I'll get to that here in a little bit. And then I do want to mention that I do intend to continue showing up at CWCB meetings and with Robert as my delegate moving forward. So I will not be a stranger to this board. So just since we last met in November, we launched into official conference season for ag. Back in December, we co-organized the Food Summit with Colorado State University. A couple of years ago, we actually created a new program at CDA called the Next Gen Ag Leadership Program, where we're able to give competitive grants out to organizations that support youth in agriculture and leadership in particular. So we were able to help about 50 young people make it to the Food Summit from all across the state. And the young folks you see here were the committee that actually organized this event, which had, I think, over 500 people getting together talking about ag and food systems. So really pleased to be able to support that effort. Of course, we just wrapped up with National Western. Over half of our divisions at CDA are represented at the stock show over those 2 weeks in January. Here you see the governor speaking to about 1,000 folks at Citizens of the West. We hold every year an international reception with cattle buyers from Mexico, the country of Mexico, and Canada, and actually bring them to the field with our cattle producers here in Colorado. And then we hold this reception to kind of celebrate our relationships across our borders. So that's a great time. But of course, we've got folks from our animal health division, from our brand inspection team, from our weights and measures team, from our markets division. They're helping make sure stock show runs smoothly. So that's a big event for us. On the horizon, we have, of course, Water Congress coming up. I'm looking forward to emceeing a panel with Chairman Felt and some other fantastic folks who will be talking all about ag and water and resilience across the state. That's on Thursday, I believe, at 1 p.m. Hoping to see many of you there. And then also coming up between now and our next meeting, we have the annual FFA Hall of Fame, which is connected with the Colorado Ag Forum and Colorado Fruit and Vegetable Growers Association event. And I have the privilege of emceeing the Hall of Fame with the FFA officers every year. So always look forward to that. Few updates from our department. You'll see that we take a lot of photos in front of that green wall at Spur. Spur campus has just become a remarkable venue for hosting events in the lobby, but all across those 3 buildings. If you haven't had a chance to make it out, certainly encourage you to do that. But this photo is with the governor and actually grantees of ours. We released $500,000 in agrivoltaic research grants to 7 different entities around the state who are going to be helping us understand how we can make future investments to drive that combination of renewable energy production and agricultural production. We also closed our first round of community food access grants. This is a grant program new to CDA that will help small retailers and small farmers do business together in food insecure communities. So if you think corner stores that can only sell shelf-stable food right now, this grant would ideally give them access to purchase local fresh food from local farmers and then sell it ideally at a lower cost to the community that needs that fresh food. So we now have the second round of grants open for the Community Food Access Program. And we are also building a tax credit for the same model, for the same program. So that tax credit, the Ag Commission just approved that rule at our last meeting in January. So in the coming months, folks will see the grant option or the tax credit option. The tax credit option has a longer lifespan. The grant is federal money. We've got to get out the door quickly. I think I've mentioned a number of times our work on international trade and our partnerships across the world. We continue to advance that work. I'll be taking a number of trips this year and had the pleasure of joining my markets team in the UK in October. We actually brought a few legislators, CSU leadership, and others from around the state in ag to help us work on what a more formal relationship might look like with the UK to expand our business opportunities between Colorado and the United Kingdom. So we're actually working on the details of that partnership now and very excited for where that might take us. In addition, coming back home to Colorado, you'll see here our non-lethal technical assistance partnership with Parks and Wildlife. This is something that we signed with CPW back in November. It's actually a formal MOU for our two agencies to work closely together on matters of wolf reintroduction in particular, as it pertains to helping the livestock community adapt new practices on the ground. So we actually submitted a budget amendment to request 3 full-time folks to be out on the range, essentially, with Parks and Wildlife staff, supporting our livestock community and trying to understand how do we expand that toolkit for non-lethal assistance across the state, especially on the Western Slope. And then lastly, on kind of relevant updates, we are preparing for our first ever tribal consultations in mid-February. So we'll be meeting with both the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe and Southern Ute Tribe to discuss overall how our relationship is working and how we can build on that, discuss what a tribal liaison position might look like with CDA, and then talk about how do we build grants, loans, services, programs in a way that is done in partnership with the tribes. So very much looking forward to that. I just included a quick budget reminder. Since I've talked about this before, I won't go into detail, but as we are, thick in the legislative session, this is a priority for us along with our legislative package. So you'll see here 11 items on our list. So we're focused this year on resources for ag emergency management and resilience. We're looking to create a division of animal welfare, expand our renewable energy adaptation through our Ag Drought and Climate Resilience Office. So asking for close to $1 million ongoing every year to invest across the state onto ag operations who are interested in adaptation and resilience practices. Our 4 and our 5 and our 6 are really about our internal operations. Our 7 is expanding our paid apprenticeship program, the Ag Workforce Development Program. You can actually, there's an article in Food Tank, I believe today, that highlights a lot of our work on that. And then also that Next Gen Scholarship Program I mentioned. Our 8, rural mental and behavioral health, this remains a priority for us. What this request does is 1 more year of funding for CDA. We actually don't have general fund for this. It's all federal grants that have allowed us to do our rural mental health work. So that's my team being proactive and seeing what resources are there. This would allow us to do our work for 1 more year and then essentially move that work to the Behavioral Health Authority within the state. We are working with the Rocky Mountain Farmers Union on a bill they've introduced to make sure that agriculture remains at the center of that work with the BHA, and that CDA is a part of that effort as well. Our 9, workforce services, is really our effort to scale up resources for ag labor, both for workers and employers, complying with new regulations, but also looking for opportunities. Our 10 is really, again, to modernize our systems. And then that BA, which is Budget Amendment 01, is that wolf reintroduction technical assistance for those 3 non-lethal technical assistance providers to be out on the range. Legislative agenda, those top 3 are really ones, top 4 to really keep an eye on. We've got 3 tax credits this year. We have an agricultural stewardship tax credit that's meant to dovetail in with our STAR soil health program and really create another lever of incentive for folks who are investing in stewardship and resilience, especially around soil, around climate, and really focused on profitability as well and productivity. The second one, ag land and equipment access. This is really the beginning farmer succession tax credit. So if you're looking to sell or lease land or equipment to a young or beginning farmer or rancher, this tax credit you would be eligible for this tax credit. So this is one of our many attempts. I've got a broad strategy here to help get young people on the land, keep families in agriculture, and help with that land access and land affordability question. We know we continue to face a big rural veterinarian shortage. So this third tax credit would be to incentivize rural vet businesses. And then number 4, Division of Animal Welfare, which I mentioned in our budget request, will also be a legislative item. And we're also adding to that a request for a public equine facility registration and welfare grant program. So this is just for equine facilities that are public facing, so not ranches, not ranch horses. But when it comes to the animal welfare cases, we take in a huge number are from equine facilities. So we have a lot of success with our registrants on the pet animal side in preventing things from happening by working early with businesses. We want to do the same on the public equine side. And then my last few things here, we are hiring for our 3rd and 4th regional assistant commissioner. So last year I created these 4 positions. Joe Stanko in Routt County and George Witten in Saguache are on my team. They work about 5 to 10 hours a week so they can stay on the ranch. But we're looking for 2 more, probably Eastern Plains and Urban. We're also hiring for regional soil health specialists around the state. We have 3 of those posted, and we created 2 new positions for climate marketing specialists to really tie in all the climate and stewardship work our producers are doing with new market access. And we have some new faces around the office. So I'm really pleased to welcome Amanda Laban, who's our new markets division director. Amanda lives in Buena Vista. She's been working in ag for over 20 years, both as a farmer, in community food access. She's worked with us as a section chief at CDA for the last year and has done a ton of work supporting young and beginning farmers across the state. We also brought on, actually February 5th is his first day, but Todd Ingley is our new brand commissioner. You might recall, for those of you on the livestock side, my former brand commissioner, Chris Whitney, retired at the end of last year. Todd comes to us after 10 years with the Colorado Beef Council, so really focus on beef promotion. He's run and built his own cattle business and direct-to-consumer beef business, just a lifelong commitment to agriculture. So really excited to have these folks on board. And then I've been seeing this new character around. He's been sort of surveying new farmer merchandise, meeting the local livestock, and spending a lot of time on the computer. And of course, I think you know who that is. So we couldn't be more pleased to have Robert and his sidekick joining us. Sorry, Robert, I couldn't help myself when I saw the bobblehead. But as you well know by now, Robert's hit the ground running. He is just, if you think that he's working hard here at CWCB, times that by 2 for his first few weeks on the job with CDA, just in terms of how he's gotten rolling in his position. And, I've really asked Robert to figure out what this job needs to be and what it needs to look like to serve the ag community. So really excited to see, Robert, where you take this. And last but not least, I just want to say thank you to everybody from 2023 who showed up with CDA, hosted us, celebrated ag with us, welcomed us into their communities. So many wonderful experiences all across the state. And we're looking forward to building on that here in 2024. And that's it for my report.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions for her? Okay. Oh, Director Sakata.
I didn't know I needed to lock my office. No, I'm so excited to join the team. It's amazing. Just being there the last couple of weeks and just everybody's been so welcoming. Thank you for the opportunity. I think it's about time that the Department of Ag had a voice strictly focused on water, and I'm really happy and thrilled to be a part of that. So thanks, Commissioner Greenberg.
Okay, next we'll hear from our acting state engineer, Tracy Kosloff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a real pleasure to be here with you all as acting state engineer. As Director Gibbs mentioned, the search is on for a permanent state engineer, and the timing of that might be close, whether or not that permanent state engineer is named as of your March meeting. But I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful it's going to move quickly and you'll have a new face of the state engineer here for your March board meeting. If not, I'll be here. But right now I sit here in front of you as the acting state engineer, also doing my other job of deputy state engineer. We're really happy to be here with you guys, such a great board and partner. CWCB as a partner, sister agency with the Division of Water Resources. So just jumping into my report, just have a couple things to update you all on from DWR. One thing that we're really focusing on right now is continuing to look for ways that we can do the work of the state engineer's office, which has a lot to do with directing the use of water in Colorado, looking for ways to do that, improving our efficiency, doing more with the limited resources that we have. And a couple of ways we're doing that right now is we're proposing a bill that is to streamline our well construction permitting expiration processes, just to reduce the paperwork that our staff does at DWR, also reduce the paperwork that the public needs to do when they're dealing with well permitting. And also, as you guys are aware, we've requested nearly $2 million in funding through the projects bill for telemetry projects, which would put remote flow measurement on about 300 new sites within Colorado, meaning that our staff could just look at their cell phones or their computers to know the flow at a particular location rather than driving out to that site to check it. So we're looking constantly for new ways to improve our efficiency so we can keep doing our good work as, you know, the pressure on water within Colorado continues to accelerate. Also, I do want to mention, you might have heard that recently in the last 10 days or so, the water judge in Water Division 6, which is the Yampa and White Basin, did sign an order making the measurement rules in Division 6 effective. And so what that means is that water users within Division 6, they'll have 1 to 2 years, depending on the size or flow rate of their structure, to have measurement in place that meets the standards of those rules. So it might be something like your flow measurement structure needs to measure within plus or minus 5% accuracy of the actual flow. So it's just putting some standards in place that need to be met specifically in the Yampa White Basin. Next, I just want to give a plug for some of the good information that'll be available from DWR at Colorado Water Congress later this week. On Wednesday morning, we're going to have a really great panel with our 7 division engineers, so our leaders from around the state. We're going to be talking about what shepherding water really looks like. So when you're maybe trying to move water from a reservoir to its place of use, what does that really look like? We're going to have James Heath from our Glenwood office. He's going to be talking about administrative drivers for water, the direction of water use within the Colorado River Basin in Colorado. And then our last topic is going to be the surprising work of DWR. So you'll have to tune in to see what might be surprising to you. We're also going to have some members of our water information team giving presentations about our tools, and they're going to have a booth, I think, right next to CWCB's booth, where you can do some hands-on training on our tools. So if you're interested in understanding better how you can look up water data through DWR's tools, please stop by and do some learning there. And the last thing I wanted to cover was really addressing what I'll call the elephant in the room. And this is in reference to a really great news article in the Colorado Sun about Becky Mitchell that you guys might have read. It was from January 2nd. It was titled "Intense Colorado River Negotiation. Becky Mitchell Takes a Stand for Colorado and Tribal Water Rights." And I thought it was a great article. I think it really highlighted the great work that Becky's doing and also the way in which she does it, which I personally respect, and I'm sure you all feel the same. But there was a statement in this article that I wanted to bring to light, and I'll just read it to you. And this wasn't something Becky said, it's just a statement that the reporter wrote, but it said, in addition to serving as Colorado's representative on the Upper Colorado River Commission, she has also been the director of the state's top water agency, the Colorado Water Conservation Board. And so, you know, I feel a little uncomfortable in this group, but I was not aware that there'd been a contest or ranking of the state's water agencies. Maybe I missed it, but I do want to bring it to light and maybe suggest some alternate terminology, maybe tied for #1 agency or co-top water agency. We could maybe brainstorm some language that reporters might use in future articles, not to diminish the wonderful work that CWCB does. Absolutely great work. Staff is wonderful, but don't want to overlook the state's other tied for first water agency, the Division of Water Resources. So just to plug out there that we're also doing quality work and all in fun, but that's the end of my report. Thank you very much.
When you said elephant in the room, I was going through like a Rolodex of elephants that I could think of.
You didn't feel that was
wasn't
the
one of them.
elephant?
It's an elephant in your room.
Yes, for sure. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to bring that to light.
Thank you, Tracy.
Director Kozloff, could we potentially say the top water policy agency?
I think that's great. Yes.
We'll go with that.
Appreciate that one.
All right. Yes, Director Vasquez.
I just want to thank Tracy, in addition to all the work she's doing in 2 different seats right now. She also sits on the Produced Water Consortium, which I'm also on. And I want to thank her for a very great presentation at our last meeting to try and frame the whole business of first in time, first in right, and the law and right. So I think it really helped bring the members of the consortium up to a common level of understanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Brody.
So Director Kozloff, first of all, thank you for wearing so many hats and for being here with us today. I'd like to move, if it's okay with our chair, that we all indicate that we are part of the best water agency in the state of Colorado, which is the Department of Natural Resources. Not to knock our friends on the Water Quality Control Commission, who will be joining us tomorrow, but more importantly, that we are all part of the best state of the 50 United States, which is the state of Colorado.
Ever the diplomat. Any other comments or questions? All right. Thank you, Tracy. Next up is our report from our Parks and Wildlife Director, Jeff Davis.
I don't have duct tape, but it's pretty far away. Yeah. Thanks for the clarification. When you said, let's all address the elephant in the room, I was thinking of my waistline since the holidays and wondering how you could tell that I've grown. Thanks for having me here today. I'm super excited. I know, Mr. Chair, that you and I had a conversation probably many months ago now, and it went something like, hey, you're on our board. It'd be super cool to see you occasionally. So I'm thankful that the CPW Commission isn't meeting so that I could be with you all today and get to know you better. Looking forward to working with each of you going forward. This is where I usually say I'm a longtime listener, first time caller. So I feel very good today. Although I feel a little bit more nervous being here today than I was at the Smart Act hearing last week. I'm not sure why that is. other than it seems like all the easy stuff to work on here in Colorado starts with the letter W, water, wolves, WOTUS, Wolverines. It's good to know that our work is the easiest stuff here. Maybe I'm told that folks are really into knowing about wolves. Admittedly, I feel like I age in dog years, pun intended. Suffice to say, I am really super proud of CPW staff. I know we've been getting beat up pretty good by some folks. But if you've never been involved in a wildlife operation, what CPW staff just pulled off is phenomenal, and we should all be proud of them, even if there's that values conflict that's playing out across the landscape right now. I know I am. I've been involved in wolves for decades, and CPW is just knocking it out of the park. Now, that is not to say that we don't have opportunities to improve. You've probably all heard that we're concluding an after-action review of that initial operation, and we're learning a lot, both from the operational side, but as you're likely seeing in the media, the transparency, the communication, that's always really difficult around this particular species. So we'll continue to seek to improve. There'll be more information, wolf activity information coming out here. Folks have probably seen the map that we posted on our website. That will live for a short period of time. And our wolves will start to pair up here soon. They'll be denning, and we anticipate pretty good success in reproduction this spring. So that will then turn that map into this pack and this pack and this pack. Lots of work to do. You probably saw that we have a new MOU with the Colville tribe in Northeast Washington to source up to 15 more wolves. It was really important to us, myself and Director Gibbs, that we had our success with the initial 10, and we need to make sure that we're working diligently to remove any uncertainty for our ranchers on the West Slope. So we have lots of work to do, but again, tremendously successful operation. Commissioner Greenberg mentioned the MOU. I had that on my punch list here. And I also want to say, like, I feel like we're in a period of shock and awe with this release, in that the folks that voted yes for Proposition 114 are like, yeah, you did it. And the folks that voted no are like, oh, we didn't think that you were going to do it. And we did it. And now it's a reality, right? So that makes me want to reflect back to the technical work group that was pulled together of wolf experts across the country, the stakeholder advisory group. They really built the plan that we're implementing now, that was adopted by our commission with a consensus vote, right? So with my work in wolves, it's always critically important that you follow the plan that people built together. And so we're looking forward to continuing to move forward with the implementation of that plan. Similar to CDA, CPW is going to be filling 6 new conflict specialist positions, so that we want to make sure that we're out there and that we're making not just wolves, but we have mountain lions and bears that have an impact on our livestock growers, and we want to make sure that we're there to help them through those human wildlife conflicts going forward. Renewable energy siting, that's always a fun one, where you're in a spot of, yeah, we got to transition into clean energy. And how do we make sure that we have all the information we need from a wildlife conservation perspective to make sure that we're siting that renewable energy infrastructure in places that avoid and minimize impacts to biodiversity. Let's see, what else can I share? KCW. Keep Colorado Wild is totally on track with where we thought the revenue estimates would be. So we're $41 million in the fiscal year 2023 or the calendar year 2023. And that's 1.49 million sold with an, they say opt-in rate, but you have to opt out. So I don't really understand why we report it that way, but it's 28.6% opt-in. Also outdoor rec, like I feel like Colorado Parks and Wildlife, you get the parks, you get the wildlife. We do a lot for the hunting and fishing side of things, as well as general wildlife conservation. And we have a middle part of our mission that says provide enjoyable and sustainable outdoor recreation, which is something that we're definitely leaning into that part of our mission so that we're serving 5.8 million Coloradans and all the visitors to Colorado. So as part of that, the agency is going through a little bit of a reorganization. So we have 2 positions out. I think they just recently closed. One is for an assistant director for outdoor recreation and lands branch. So we'll have a dedicated outdoor rec person on the executive management team, making sure that we're staying really focused on the parks and that broader outdoor recreation mission, as well as a assistant director for policy and planning. That one for me, being the director, is really critically important, that you're staying on top of informing, influencing policy going forward. And that position and that branch also plays a huge role in just keeping our public engagement process moving forward and supporting our commission. Outdoor strategy, anyone heard of that? Plowing forward, I just want to give a huge shout out to Jackie Miller and the GoCo team. Like, Wonder Twin powers activate between GoCo and CPW, and I have no doubt that we're going to get to the end of this initial process and have a pretty amazing outdoor strategy that supports you all and what the needs and expectations are of Coloradans. And maybe last but certainly not least, I don't know how many folks really track our outdoor equity grant program, but it is something that we give. I think we gave about $3 million out this year in grants. But when you think about serving the whole public, 5.8 million people, and some of the barriers that those people can run into, this is a phenomenal program that really helps get youth and underserved community folks really active and have access to the outdoors. And so I just want to say how proud I am of that program. I know I have to add some staff in there because we have a phenomenal rock star who is doing a lot of it on her own. But we'll continue to push to increase that investment. I think we gave out just short of $3 million this cycle. And I'll say, I want to say we had like $26 million of requests. So the need is there, and we got to figure out a way how to adequately fund that so that everyone has equal access to the outdoors and all the benefits that you get from it. So maybe with that, I wasn't going to bore you with any of my background, but I will zip it. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Director Davis. Are there questions for him? Director Vasquez?
If you'll allow me to nerd out for a minute. Thank you very much for your report. I'm curious if you could speak at all to the work that's going on in collaring and monitoring large ungulates for migration corridors, really, really important for highway overpass, underpass design and implementation.
Thank you for that question. Yeah, CDOT is another huge partner to CPW, and the tribes, quite frankly, in these wildlife crossings are so critical. This is a real true area of strength when I think about where I came from and the agency's information there versus what CPW has. The big game ungulate monitoring is huge. That's not to say that we don't have areas of growth, and I'll just say pronghorn antelope is one of those that we need to take a closer look at, make sure we have adequate data. But from a deer, an elk, bighorn sheep, moose, we have tons of data and are working very closely with CDOT to make sure that we're looking at those migration corridors, but also, you know, traffic safety as part of that.
Commissioner Greenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to reiterate something that Director Davis mentioned. Obviously, CPW was tasked by the people of Colorado with a Herculean effort to reintroduce wolves. And through our partnership we've had for many years, they did nothing but be professional throughout that whole process. They did their jobs, they did it well. And I want to make sure that you all hear that since our teams have been working closely together for many, many years on this. So we very much look forward to learning from you as we move forward into this world of non-lethal technical assistance and being out on the range and in the field with folks. But just really can't say how much I respect the CPW team and staff all across the state.
Other comments, questions? I would just like to say I appreciate your comments on the regional partnerships and the outdoor strategies. That I know it's a very difficult thing to sort of seed grassroots from the top, but where this conversation is now compared to, I don't know, 6 years ago or something, is amazing to me. And I think gives me a lot of hope that we really can make progress on you know, addressing impacts of outdoor recreation in a thoughtful way that kind of supports our brand, so to speak, but also supports other parts of our brand. So thank you for that. I do have to ask you one wolf question, only because it's been asked of me. Just one, and that is, you see the maps in the news now that show, hey, these wolves have covered this area, and everyone's asking me the same thing, like, are they just running all over the place individually, or have they formed a pack and they're covering a lot of ground? Or do you know?
Oh, I know. I'm not sure you want to know. No, so you see that map. I think we're trying to figure out the IT fix to like really narrow it down, because we used watersheds. Originally, it was like, hey, let's just make the map out of counties. Cool. That will freak a lot of people out. So we went to watersheds, and the watersheds really, from that particular map, can show as much as like one ping from a caller to a satellite. And maybe that wolf spent like 5 minutes in that basin.
Yeah.
So the activity is narrower than what you see on the map for sure. Right now, what we're seeing is they're loosely hanging out. Although we see, like wolves do, they'll go 60, 70, 80 miles and then back in like 24 to 48 hours. So we do see some venturing happening, but they all seem to kind of come back into a general area. It won't be long, and we'll start to see what I expect, some pairing up, and that's when we'll start to see animals go find dens and establish a territory. So that's not very far around the corner. Wow, for sure. So I know folks have commented about the winter severity last year. And I know that's something that we're paying a lot of attention to, but I would also say even with that winter kill, Colorado still has the largest elk herd in the world. And these wolves seem to be appreciating our big game management here in Colorado. That's not to say that there won't be plenty for our hunters in state and out of state.
Thank you. That's helpful. Yep, Director Brown.
Just to follow up on that, are you guys intentionally like not sharing where the wolves are? Because if you have one ping, you probably have an area that has 1,000 pings, right? And that's fine if you are. I'm just curious, like, will we ever really know where they're living? Or is that something that you're, so, and sorry, this is probably all addressed in your last meeting. You don't have to go into it, but I don't follow that.
Yeah, everyone under the sun says, hey, we want to know exactly where the wolves are. They have GPS collars on them. Why are you hiding it? Maybe not everyone under the sun. The reality is those GPS collars don't tell us where the wolves exactly are. What they do tell us is they report essentially every 4 hours, they'll send a ping up to the satellite and then, well, no, sorry. Every 4 hours, it will record a location. About every 12 hours, it gets loaded up to the satellite and then we can see where the wolves essentially have been. So a couple things for the ranchers, our local officers will have access to the GPS collar data, but that's different than wolf activity. So the intention there is our officers will be able to have some interactions with ranchers when we can see wolf activity in and around their areas. Our hope is that we will then eventually, when we get enough data points, we'll be able to have like a heat map. So you'll be able to see, here's a territory, here's this tax territory, and here's kind of where they spend their time. Again, also working with wolves for a long time, it is sensitive to make sure that people don't really know exactly where an individual animal is because they will. Some people will remove them.
Okay, any other questions? Well, Director Davis, we don't normally grill our directors, but thank you for being here. It's really great to have you. And I hope we can see more of you in the months ahead.
God, thank you very much. And next time I'll have pictures. And admittedly, Commissioner Greenberg, I thought you were going to ask me a question. I was starting to sweat a little bit. But yeah, you way kinder than my smart Octarian, so I appreciate it.
Okay. I believe in our packet or emailed to us was a report from Keith McLaughlin with the Water Resource and Power Development Authority. He won't be presenting today. Just to help things along, we're going to go to item 5, which is the Attorney General's report with Attorney General Phil Weiser, and then we'll be heading to lunch after that, and I'll give the audience a little bit of info, just what to expect over the next couple hours if you're here as a guest. So.
Thank you, Chairman Phelps. Thank you all. I will start a little bit pivot from outdoor recreation. Many people here, I'm sure Nathan Combs knows Cindy Medina well. She's now working on a program to have young people learn how to fish and learn about the river, getting them off their phones. What I fear most right now, and we've got huge challenges in water. I'm not sure if there's a W here, but it's youth mental health. Part of it is kids aren't getting outdoors enough. Part of it is kids are too isolated. Part of it is kids aren't building trusted relationships with adults and mentors. I know in your neck of the woods, some of the money from the opioid settlement funds is going to support Boys and Girls Clubs, which is a fabulous way to get people engaged. The statistics, recent comments media report are harrowing. A decade ago, 18 to 24-year-olds were asked, is your mental health excellent? And 50% said yes. Today, that number is now 15%. What happened last decade? The rise of social media, which has had a huge negative effect on youth mental health. For kids who are teenagers, if you ask, is your mental health poor or fair? 65% say yes. That is higher for young girls. We're going to be working on this in the year ahead. We just hired a youth mental health coordinator. We're going to be giving out $32 million we got from Sue and Jewel, looking at this challenge. One of the opportunities are school community partnerships, like what Cindy's doing around the river. We are in a hole. We've got a lot of work to do with a lot of different strategies. those of you who have interest or engagement in this area, please let me know. Getting young people outdoors, on the water, hiking, et cetera, I think is part of what we need to do, and I welcome your support and engagement. We are at the Supreme Court in a matter of weeks. March 20th is the argument in the Rio Grande case. It has some significance because it's no longer a dispute between states. New Mexico, Texas, and us believe we have a right settlement. The federal government, in all of its hubris, thinks it knows better. And the question here, which is a novel legal question, is the state settlement of an interstate compact dispute game over? Or does the federal government have, the legal word here would be standing, to complain about a matter that they are not, on its terms, a party to? And that will be argued on March 20th. Nebraska is heating up. As Dan noted, we have our eyes on this challenging and also novel situation. We don't believe there's ever been a case in American history where one state has sought to exercise the power of eminent domain in another state. That is going to raise some significant legal issues. We are preparing for them. We're prepared to engage on the ground to let people know what rights they have. When we have a North Platte meeting this summer, not sure if we know where that's going to be yet, but we'll be sure to keep advancing that work. Someone I think either mentioned or probably more likely will mention with the water quality discussion, PFAS. We're now suing a number of the makers and marketers of PFAS. There's been a settlement with some water districts. Some major Colorado water fighters, I think, opted out of that settlement. This is a challenging area that we're working to get our arms around, like in opioids, or for that matter, youth mental health, where we're suing Meta. The settlement funds will play some piece of what is a larger challenge that is going to require increasing attention from us here. And as Dan noted, we're working on the state water quality issues in the aftermath of the SACA decision. Finally, on the task force report, we did submit a letter, and in my Smart Act hearing, a big theme that came up, which I will share with all of you. My biggest fear for this group right now is we are going to miss the mark on investing in water infrastructure at a time when there's federal money like never before. How we catalyze proposals from the ground up, how we ensure sufficient state logistical support and matching funds is a window that's going to close. And once it's closed, it's not coming back. The interesting possibility right now is there is federal money that is yet to be spent. We were able to use that money for water infrastructure to kind of swap out state money. We may have more state money available for the purposes I mentioned. I made that plea to my Smart Act hearing. I believe some are hearing it, but I am concerned that we're missing this mark. So I'll share that concern with you all. We can together work on that issue. I think the water community has a interest in ensuring we use this moment to manage, upgrade, and improve our infrastructure on a range of fronts. That's my report.
Okay, thank you, Attorney General Weiser. Are there any questions for him? Okay. So we have sort of a little bit of a funky schedule today, just the way things sort of stacked up. So we will be breaking for lunch now. And we will take 50 minutes. So we'll come back as scheduled at 12:15, no, 12:20. And we have lunch down the hall. And that is, we want to invite our guests. Most of the folks in the audience are staff from what I can see, but our guests are welcome to join us too. I think we should have plenty of food for everyone. But also, just to be aware, if you have other things to do, we won't be, after we have lunch, we'll be going into executive session for approximately an hour. So honestly, we're going to have almost 2 hours here before we're sort of back in public session and heading into the next round of stuff, which would be financial matters, water project loans, and then the projects bill, which I think probably is gathering the most attention today. So feel free to join us, or if you want to go do your own thing for a little while, please do. Director Brown? Oh, okay. So yeah, we'll be back in here at 12:20 and we'll be out of executive session around 1:20. Director Brown.
Thank you. And I don't mean to put you on the spot and I don't see Becky here, but I want to make sure that I understand the DROA aspect of the memo that we will, and maybe this is for you or we can answer it later. We will be releasing after April as per the DROA schedule unless UCRC determines differently. Is that the understanding that other people had from that memo?
I see Amy popping up in the back.
Oh,
Miss
great.
Ostick, if you would like to come up.
Thank you. I have my glasses on, so I can't see who's back there.
Hi, thanks, Director Brown. Sorry to insert myself, but can you just repeat the question?
Yeah, in the Attorney General's memo, there is the second issue is Colorado River Drought Contingency Plan Drought Response Operations, DROA. In the 2023 plan, it says, which we know was suspended, but 2024, it doesn't say anything. And my assumption is that we go back to DROA. No.
No. So DROA is only triggered when Powell is in danger of hitting elevation 3525, which at this point is not in the immediately foreseeable future, but could happen in the near future. But no DROA plan has been created and that official planning process has not been triggered yet. So at this time, we don't have any DROA releases scheduled in the future. Hopefully that clears it up.
It does. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Amy. Anything else before we break? Okay, so we're going to recess until 12:20.
Recording stop.
see if the board wants to go into executive session. So we're heading into item 6, which is executive session.
Recording in progress.
Attorney General, Counselor Mealy, do you have some words regarding that?
Thank you. We are in executive session. During executive session, we will consider agenda items 6A and 6B as identified on the board's agenda.
Okay, so yeah, she was anticipating,
Oh, that's right. We have not moved for executive session, have we?
right. So I wasn't
Okay,
sure if
I'm
you
sorry.
said that before or
Okay.
after.
Yes, I'm sorry. That I jumped the gun. Sorry.
Oh, that was me. I
Chairman
thought-
Felt. And
okay.
so we will, if we want to go into executive session, we'll need a motion.
Okay. Yes, Director Brody?
Before we do, I want to announce a recusal. if That's okay.
From,
So I am planning to recuse from item 6A as well as from item 10C. And if you'll indulge me for a minute, I just wanted to explain
sure.
my recusal. So as folks know, my employer, Denver Water, has longstanding agreements with the River District, including the Colorado River Water Cooperative Agreement and the Shoshone Outage
Wait,
Protocol.
We're getting,
Sure. Thank you so much. We're not in executive session yet.
okay, now I understand.
I know, I was like.
Kicking people out already.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're not in executive session. We're hearing from Director Brody about
Recusal.
recusal that she has, and then then I was calling for a vote to go in. So
Okay.
go ahead.
So Denver Water's parties to these agreements with the River District and is also party to the 2007 relaxation agreement with Public Service Company of Colorado. As I indicated during the September meeting when the board first started learning about the River District's proposal, I indicated that I would continue to evaluate whether my role at Denver Water created any sort of conflict with my ability to participate in this board's ongoing conversations and actions with regard to the River District's grant application that the board will consider later today. And also potential next steps should the board decide to move forward with the grant as alternative uses for the Shoshone water right. I want to be clear, Denver Water is not a party to the purchase and sale agreement with the River District, nor is it part of the grant request before the board. But nonetheless, as we've learned more about the River District's plans and potential for the future in-stream flow, it's become more and more apparent to me that Denver Water's existing agreements and just general broad interest with regard to the Shoshone flows could create, at a minimum, the appearance of a conflict of interest. And, you know, it's my personal belief that every applicant coming before this board deserves a full and fair hearing without any potential cloud of bias. So with that, out of respect for the applicant and for this board's important work, I'm going to recuse myself from these two actions, or sorry, discussion 6A and also action 10C. And I do want to make clear that this is my own decision and that no inference should be drawn from my decision with regard to Denver Water's position on this action item or any future matters that might come before the board. So with that.
So just to clarify, not only are you not going to vote, but you're not going to participate in the discussion?
Yes, after consulting with the Attorney General's office, we thought that that was probably the best course that I thought it was the best course of action. Again, given what we've learned and given that I don't want my role to be seen as in any way influencing the board's decision, since 6A relates to the action to be taken later, I think I should probably step out of both.
Okay, I guess I just have to accept that. I do feel that's unfortunate because I think you probably know more about this stuff than the rest of us.
Yeah.
And I was very much counting on your expertise to help us.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I think you're in very capable hands with the AG's office. Certainly if any board members have factual questions that they would like to ask me, I'm happy to answer any factual questions, but I don't want to be seen as influencing the board's action later today.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, any other declarations? Or is there a motion to go into executive session? Okay, Director Anderson, second, Director Vasquez. All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. So we need a few minutes, partly from the virtual standpoint, but I guess also. gotta get my
Recording
glasses
stopped.
out. Welcome back, everyone. And we collectively apologize that that executive session took longer than anticipated. They sometimes do. We're going to try to get caught up here. So we're going to move to item 8, which is financial matters, construction fund and severance tax perpetual base fund with Kirk Russell.
I'm sorry, can we stop at executive, or sorry?
Oh,
at,
I'm sorry.
Item
I
7.
turned the
report.
page. We need our report out from executive session. Sorry, Kirk.
Thank you. This is Jen Mealy from the AG's office with agenda item 7, the report from executive session. The board went into executive session to consider agenda items 6A and 6B pursuant to the provisions of section 24-6402-3A of the Colorado Revised Statutes. Discussion was during executive session was limited to those items and no formal action was taken during the executive session. I want to note for the record that Director Brody recused herself from agenda item 6A. And we are now at agenda item 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Kirk?
Section Chief. I want to thank my friends showing up for the finance presentation. This is one of the biggest crowds we've had for this agenda item. All right, so this is our routine. Those that have not heard this story, this is the routine review of where we are with the financial or the funds within CWCB and how money comes in and out. It is a interesting time as we do have a fairly large pot of available money to do these great water projects, both grants and loans. So the handout I provided to the board and those board members that aren't present, there's not a lot of changes from our last board meeting, but I did want to focus on, I'll start with the construction. Actually, what I'd like to do is on that board memo, let's start there. The board memo, I wanted to point out at the bottom of the memo, I include a summary of where we started the fiscal year with assumptions and where we are currently with assumptions. And then the third column on that, flip through here to find the third column is where we are currently. That would be the memo that's agenda item 8A. And if you notice, I tracked that primarily to show like progress within the year. We're halfway through the year. This is as of the end of December, which would be half of our fiscal year. So that last column should represent about 50% of what that target is on that current estimate. So if we go to the construction fund spreadsheet that I handed out, really the only thing I wanted to highlight, not a lot of changes up top, but as we get down to row 15, 16, I want to point out that I provide last year's projects bill information and then also what we look forward to in the budget for the projects bill for this upcoming session. I did have an error on line number 19 under projections. You see the 12.8 million. That's really about 14.2 million right now. It'll adjust up pending decisions on the projects bill item later. In particular, the floodplain mapping item. And that's really all I have for the construction fund of significance. The severance tax perpetual base fund. What I'd like to point out, notice on both these funds, there's those very large loans for Northern Water. On this particular spreadsheet, this severance tax perpetual base fund, we've got the $100 million that's going out for NISP, and that is in the projects bill. Keep in mind what I shared with the board on these spreadsheets is really about the promises made. There's a lot that has to happen between now and the money going out the door, in particular, large projects, and I always use the Ark Valley Conduit as an example. That's a $90 million loan. It's there waiting to be used. But that cash sits in the account generating interest as part of this, part of the plan. What's interesting, this far into the year, this is our 4th board meeting out of 6 in this fiscal year. We've only approved, other than those large projects bill items, we've only approved $3 million in small loans, about 3.5 million actually, if including today's loan if the board approves it. So it's kind of a small number for our small, which are under $10 million loans. What I want to do is focus a little bit on, I'm going to go all the way down to line 21. I'm sorry, well, before I get to 21, let me stop at 19. You'll see I have budgeted if the transfer, if Shoshone is approved, and I just put this in here as budgeted. Certainly the board's actions will change this pending a decision, but that is representing a transfer of $20 million from the perpetual base fund to the construction fund. And so I don't want there to be any confusion when we talk about the proposed language in the projects bill. It references construction fund. What we do is transfer that money before it's ever appropriated out of construction fund, and that'll be in the bill. I didn't feel it was necessary to do it here, but just know that that's where that money is coming from. Then I want to focus down line 21. I have $26 million transferred to the general fund. That is not done yet. We're not certain of that. So obviously that might change the math. Those of you that are looking at the bottom, you see the parentheses around the negative 22 million. This is where I want to talk a little bit about when we do the finance committee in September. We deal with projections. We have the knowledge we have at the time. There's still a lot of things that are fairly loose as we look through the course of the year. I shared with the board that we have a policy that says the fund needs to, the two funds together, construction fund and perpetual base fund, need to grow to stay up with construction inflation, which is about just under 3%. And so that's a whole different calculation than what's shown here as promises made versus cash versus the revenue that's coming in. So what I want to point out is we've already established how much money is available in September for non-reimbursables. At the time, it was about $20 million. Actually, it was about $46 million. And we talked about doing some other things with that excess severance tax money. That's now been taken out. And there's been some adjustments with some projections. And so I'm showing a negative 22 million, but real quick, I want to show you that and keep in mind, I always use this example. If everybody came in that this board promised money for tomorrow, we'd be minus 22 million. The chances of those large projects and even some of those considered today are likely to be out several years. And so we watch this, and it's very, very conservative to say we want to always stay above zero. But the likelihood and really the best beneficial use of this money would probably be in the negative routinely, because we don't expect everybody to come in at the same time. And I also want to point out that when we do start reaching into this negative space, I have the project managers for our large loans. We actually identify a collection of all the estimates that they feel like might come in this fiscal year, might come in next fiscal year. And then there's the out years. And if those numbers are large enough, it gives us more comfort that there's plenty to cover the obligation. Anna, could you put that up on the screen for me? So what I wanted to do just real quick, sometimes I make this a handout and sometimes I just talk through it, but what you see on the screen is the result of the spreadsheet that you see in front of you. And so I consolidate that information into fiscal year futures. It's just a model that continually updates with the projections that we have available. And I guess I just want to point out that even though we're minus 22 million, that minus 22 million falls into the beginning of next fiscal year here. And we have all these projections and estimates of interest coming in, principal coming in, federal mineral lease projections, severance tax projections as this thing moves through. And over in the right column is the consolidation of the two funds. And so my goal is to keep about $50 million available for new loans through these two funds. And some of the routine assumptions we make, and here's that $20 million estimated next year. I will share with this board that next September, we may come back together and I say, based on some of the decisions made today, we may not have 20 million next year. That's a different calculation. And so I just want to be clear that I'm just showing you that don't worry, we've got it covered. And you can see, again, all these assumptions go into the bottom line there, that there's enough to keep the lights on at CWCB. Anna, if you could advance it. So now we go into fiscal year 25, 26. So this is a out year again, another year, same kind of estimates. There are projections that exist for severance tax out that far. And again, now I'm showing that we've got $70 million available for new loans in fiscal year 25, 26. So everything's in good shape, even though you see that negative 22 million. And maybe next board meeting, I'll actually print this out and we'll walk through that a little bit slower if we need to. So with that, and again, this is just an information only item. Any questions?
No questions?
All right. Shall I proceed to the next agenda item?
To the Two Rivers.
Yeah, so this item, agenda item 8B is the Two Rivers Water and Farming Company. And it is an item that has been in front of the board routinely for about the last year. And it is a delinquent borrower, our only delinquent borrower in about 20 years. And we, those that have not heard the story, they stopped communicating with us. We've sent them multiple letters, and they finally, as I indicated at the last board meeting, I'll jump to the conclusion, they did not respond to our default letter. They owe us, and you'll see on the second page of the memo, a total of about $455,000. That is now due. They're no longer just delinquent on an annual payment. It's all due. And as we assumed was going to happen, they have filed for bankruptcy. And the Attorney General's office has indicated to us that it's really when you file bankruptcy in this case, and we're not used to this because our borrowers are always paying their bills back or paying their loan back. This just puts a pause on things, and they start figuring out how they're going to make do. And so we've been working with the AG's office, and the attorney that's been working on this, Deanna, has indicated she's not available to take questions today. I guess what I wanted to point out is in the future, I think because we're in a pause phase, unless there's something substantial, I'd like to just put this in the director's report for you all, and that way we don't have to take time to present this. But with that, Attorney Mealy would probably be able to help me answer questions on the bankruptcy side if I need to answer any.
Are there any questions at this point in the process? Yeah, Director Brody.
Thank you, Kirk. So just from a process standpoint, I assume we'll file a claim at the appropriate point in the bankruptcy court, but is there any action that this board needs to take?
This board, I don't think so. I think we'll work through Deanna and get a filing in the bankruptcy action, and that'll hold our place. And I think we'll just go from there. Thank you.
It's my understanding that we've provided the attorneys everything they need to then file what's necessary.
All right. Any other questions for Kirk? All right. Thank you.
What I wanted to, Chairman Felt, Joshua Godwin typically presents in person, especially in Denver, and he's going to be doing that remote. So he'll be up next with the next agenda item.
Okay. So the next agenda item is item 9, water project loans. And looks like we just have one for the Grandview Canal Irrigation Company.
That's
Hi,
correct. Can you
Joshua.
hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. For the record, I am Joshua Godwin, CWCB staff, and I appreciate being able to present to you remotely today. This is agenda item 9A, water project loan request for the Grandview Canal improvements for the Grandview Canal Irrigation Company in Delta County. Next slide, please. Now, if you're like Director Shikata, you may have noticed we spelled Grandview 2 different ways, both in the presentation and in the memo. This was intentional. When referring to the company by name, we wanted to stick with what the Secretary of State had them listed as. But when naming the project, we wanted to keep with how they refer to themselves, i.e. Grandview being one word. Also, I just noticed that I missed the differentiation in the agenda, so my apologies. So the project is the Grandview Canal improvements. The borrower is the Grandview Canal Irrigation Company. The loan amount is for $505,000, and the terms are 30 years at last cycle's agricultural rate of 2%. Now, the company applied last cycle back in October, but we felt that their application was still needing more work before presenting it. So despite pushing back the loan, we did keep their interest rate locked in for when they applied. My contact preparing the board memo has been Mark LaValle, the president of the board, Mike Cleary, their secretary, and Shanna Harness with Grand Mesa Natural Resources Consulting. Next slide, please. All right, here's a project site. If you recall the Crawford Clipper Ditch loan we presented back in May, this is a very similar project with all the same folks. It's also in Crawford. This project is broken into 3 parts. The first is the diversion structure. It needs to be replaced. You saw that actually in the first slide, the current state of that structure. Every year during high runoff, the debris is pushed into the opening and blocks the canal's access to water until the company clears it out. The new diversion structure is designed to reduce the maintenance needed to keep the water flowing. This project will also have a sedimentation basin to reduce the particulates in the water prior to sending them to sprinkler irrigated fields. The aim of this project is to also reduce the operation and maintenance cost on the sprinklers. Lastly, the company is piping just shy of 4 miles of the canal, much of which is being funded by the Bureau of Reclamation's salinity reduction program. Next slide, please. Now, here are the project financials. The entire project cost is estimated at just under $9.5 million. With the service fee, the total loan comes to $505,000, which accounts for a little over 5% of the total cost. The rest of the funding support was secured from the NRCS, the Bureau of Reclamation, the River District, and the Gunnison Basin Roundtable funds. As I mentioned, their terms will be a 2% rate for a 30-year term. Financial ratios indicate the company is an overall typical borrower. You may recall this as a new designation that was replaced what we were calling the average before. Collateral will consist of a question.
Sorry, no questions.
Oh, collateral consists of a pledge of assessment revenues backed by a rate covenant, as well as a diversion structure, the diversion structure and sedimentation basin parts of the project. Next slide, please. Lastly, here's a staff recommendation as it's stated in the front page of the board memo. And I haven't seen any of the folks online from the company, so I'd be happy to take questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you, Joshua. Are there questions for him? Don't see any questions, Joshua. Is there a motion on the staff recommendation?
I would move approval of item, staff recommendation on item 9A.
Okay, Director Anderson is motion, second by Director Vasquez. Okay, any discussion? Director Vasquez.
I just have a very ignorant question. You listed the collateral as the diversion structure, among other things, and I just can't conceive of how that would be of value to the state. So I'm presuming that this is a goodwill gesture, but doesn't really have value for the state should there be a default. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, I think Kirk is probably standing up right now to come answer that question in more detail, but it is taking something to just to have something in hand if we needed to call back to something. But generally, we rely on the rate covenant.
Okay, other questions? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Motion carries. Thank you,
Thank
Joshua.
you very much.
Kirk. Next up is item 10, the project spill. And item 10A is the project spill summary sheet.
Thank you, Chairman Felt. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief again. Director Vasquez, good question, especially after the Two Rivers conversation. We have been doing this a long time, and it's surprising the influence of we'll take your diversion structure, how it keeps bills or folks paying back. Keep in mind that when we do, in addition to that collateral, we take the pledge of revenues, which is the promise to assess themselves at a rate high enough to pay operations plus us. It's effective. And then with that said, the Two Rivers loan, we took actual physical collateral in excess, or actually in excess of the loan amount, because they were a risky borrower. They weren't your typical ditch company, which we're so proud to work with. So sorry, the side note. All right, real quick, the agenda item 10A is the project bill summary. This is the routine. We go through Finance Committee in September. We share with the board our recommendations for types of projects that we recommend for the projects bill. And then in November, there's the official approval of this board. And then in some years, as there is in this, the carryover of some things that are needed to be added in January. And then we recommend to the sponsor of the bill. We always respect the fact that this is the sponsor's bill and is able to do what they want. obviously with this board recommending, most of the times they follow along with that. With that said, this is the summary of all that we are to this point. And all of the data sheets, you've seen all these before, but it kind of consolidates us where we are at this moment in time. So with that, and I apologize, there was we had some issues, technical issues, and that's why that line looks funny on that first page of the project summary list there. But that'll be cleaned up. So with that said, this is not an action item, but the following two items are impacting that project's bill summary list. So if there are no questions about the next steps in this process, I'd be happy to turn it over to the next presenters.
Any questions at this time? Okay, thank you, Kirk.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Kevin Hauk, CWCB staff, and I'm here to present agenda item 10B. This is a proposed change to an item that you typically see every year and have for the last 15 years or so. And just to give you a little background on this is typically presented as part of the en bloc approach during the Finance Committee meeting and the November CWCB meeting. It's a fairly routine program that involves the state funding match of a federally funded program to identify and update floodplains throughout the state. And typically, for the amount of money that we spend, we are able to leverage 3 or more federal dollars for every dollar that we spend. So it's a very good return on the investment that you put forward. Typically, the way this is set up is a refresh of the account to a maximum of $500,000, accounting for any unallocated funds that remain in the account at the end of the year. And that's what was presented initially at the last two meetings. Since that time, it's become a little bit more apparent to us that due to a convergence of circumstances, we think we might come up a little bit short next year. And we think this is going to be a one-time thing. There's a few things that have happened. We've got a number of projects that we expect to finish up next year and move forward, and just some things that we need to try to finish up during the next fiscal year. And as a result, we think there's a possibility that with the $500,000 that we typically ask for, that may run out during the next fiscal year. And so what we are asking is, on a one-time basis, we would like to increase the proposed amount from the $500,000 refresh to a $1 million refresh for this coming fiscal year. And the last thing I just want to say is, if you're looking at your board memo, I want to actively emphasize the last point at the bottom of the sheet there. And that is, we're trying to anticipate what this is going to amount to next year. But in the end, if we end up needing that money, that's why we're asking for it right now, and why we're asking for the additional funds. If it's money that doesn't end up getting spent, it will just remain in that account. And so when we come back to you next year for the annual $500,000 refresh, if we don't spend it, the money is going to be in that account, and therefore your future funding request will be reduced as a result. And at that point, I think I'm open for questions. And I guess I don't know, are we taking staff recommendation and voting on this now, or we're waiting till the end of item 10?
I think we're doing it now. It's a separate action item. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Do we have questions for Kevin? Pretty straightforward. Okay. No questions. Do you have a staff recommendation to put up?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Staff recommends the board approval of a one-time increase in allocation from a refresh of $500,000 to a refresh of $1 million for the FY24 non-reimbursable project investment to allow continued assistance with the preparation of revised and improved floodplain studies and maps for communities throughout Colorado, and to participate in federally sponsored floodplain risk mapping assessment and planning activities.
Okay, thank you. Director Brody?
Just chiming in to move approval on staff recommendation for agenda item 10B.
Second from Director Brown. Okay, is there any discussion on this item? Director Sakata?
I'll vote in approval, but I would like to visit with you sometime about the in-depth differences between 2D and 3D modeling. I appreciated the comments in the director's report, but I don't want to take the time right now, but it sounds really amazing, the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sakata. I'd be willing to talk to you at any time, but I will also point out somewhere in our peanut gallery back here is our program manager, Terry Fade, who is the one that could really give you everything you want to know on that.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Kevin. Where am I? Here we go. Okay. All right, next up is item 10C, Shoshone Water Right Permanency.
Hi, for the record.
Oh, I guess let the record show that Director Brody is living up to her word and recusing herself on this item.
So for the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff, this is agenda item 10C, the Shoshone Water Right Permanency NRI funding request. We have a few items to talk about here today. First up, Amy Moyer and Peter Fleming from the River District can give a brief overview of the project. And then Chairman Felt, I believe there's quite a number of people that have requested to have some public comment on this item. And then finally, staff can provide its recommendation based on information from the workshop last week that has been modified.
Great.
So with that, Amy and Peter.
Thank you, Rob.
Good afternoon to the board and staff. For the record, my name is Amy Moyer. I'm the Director of Strategic Partnerships with the Colorado River District. With me today from the River District staff is Peter Fleming, General Counsel, Bruce Walters, Associate Counsel, Brendan Langenheisen, Director of Technical Advocacy, and Mario Cowden, Director of Public Relations. We also have Scott McGinnis, who is on our River District Board representing Mesa County, and Kathy Chandler Henry, who is our Board President for the River District, will be attending virtually and is also representing Eagle County. And I do want to mention that there are staff present and available online from the Public Service Company of Colorado. Andy Mueller, who has been a strong advocate and leader on this request, wishes he could be here today, and he would be, but for an unmovable medical appointment, which has prevented his travel here today. He offers his appreciation to the CWCB board and for all of those who have traveled here today to Denver and those who are available virtually to tell their story about the importance of Shoshone permanency. And I want to thank again to the CWCB board and staff for the consideration of the district's funding request. We appreciate the entire organization's thoughtful attention to detail and willingness to invest a substantial amount of time to fully understand this request and understand the path forward. We look forward to moving forward with the CWCB and staff in partnership toward achieving permanent protection of the Shoshone flows. And while I know we've had many conversations on this topic, we'd like to offer a brief public presentation to the board and those who are here today and listening online. So for most, the building in the middle of Glenwood Canyon is an afterthought, if seen at all, from driving on I-70. However, there's a century-old story that makes the Shoshone hydropower plant one of the most interesting and influential features on the Colorado River. The largest and most senior non-consumptive water rate on the Colorado River with 1,250 cubic feet per second, or CFS, appropriated in 1902, and a junior 158 CFS rate appropriated in 1929, both command a total of 1,408 CFS on the Colorado main stem through Glenwood Canyon. And to operate the power plant, water is diverted from the Colorado River near the Hanging Lake Tunnel in Glenwood Canyon. It travels about 2.5 miles through a tunnel before a steep drop to spin turbines below that create clean energy.
But after leaving the hydropower plant and returning to the river, Shoshone flows provide critical benefits for all Coloradans in the face of drought and an uncertain future for water supplies. And maintaining the historic flow regime will benefit over 250 miles of sustained aquatic habitat, both upstream and downstream of the Shoshone hydropower plant. This includes protecting against low flows and higher stream temperatures through key segments of the upper Colorado River, with recreational fishing and wildlife habitat identified as outstanding remarkable values of the upper Colorado River. And moving further downstream, another benefit to aquatic habitats is found in the fishery through the Glenwood Canyon that is currently under monitoring for potential gold medal water designation. And downstream, the call continues to support the critically important flows to the 15-mile reach located in Mesa County. And all Colorado River water users rely on the health of this stretch of the Colorado River as a bedrock for the success of the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program, which provides Endangered Species Act compliance for protections for over 1,250 water projects on both sides of the divide in Colorado. It provides water security and clean water, which are essential for food and fiber production that maintains Colorado's strong heritage on the western slope in agriculture. And this includes reduced salinity that can affect crop yields. It prevents a longer and deeper cameo call and ensures the adequacy of water supplies on the west slope from Green Mountain Reservoir. And preserving the Shoshone water rights for the future also provides certainty for world-class recreation opportunities, including recreational fishing and boating that drive local economies on Colorado's western slope. And keeping this water in the river can help ensure that cool, clean water from the headwaters reaches downstream communities that depend on the Colorado River for their drinking water. And this dilutes salinity and sediment, which otherwise could drive up the cost for future drinking and wastewater treatment plants and further stresses on aging infrastructure systems. And so achieving Shoshone permanency has been a longstanding goal of Colorado's western slope, memorialized in the 2013 Colorado River Cooperative Agreement and as a top priority for the Colorado Basin Roundtable. And Shoshone permanency also aligns strongly with the Colorado Water Plan's vision and focus to support vibrant communities and thriving watersheds. And the Colorado River District and a strong coalition of 19 West Slope partners across all of the five main stem counties of Grand, Summit, Eagle, Garfield, and Mesa, many of who are here today in the audience or available online, are focused on achieving Shoshone permanency by protecting the historical flow regime created by the exercise of the Shoshone water rights and assigning irrevocably to CWCB and in perpetuity the right to use the Shoshone water rights for in-stream flow purposes when the rights are not being used for hydropower. And we anticipate that the proposed in-stream flow reach would run from the point of diversion at the Shoshone Dam near the Hang Lake Tunnel to a point approximately 2.4 miles downstream at the outfall of the Shoshone Power Plant penstocks. And right timing is so critically important in the water world and in the policy world in general. And never have Colorado River water users and the state of Colorado had a better opportunity to finalize this goal. The timing of this opportunity demonstrates a convergence of many crucial factors. We have a willing seller and a partner in Public Service Company of Colorado, and a path towards funding through the 2020 passage of the River District's ballot initiative 7A, which provided the basis for a strong local contribution, and once-in-a-generation funding opportunities made available through the federal government through the Inflation Reduction Act. And while we still have a lot of work to do, to even be this close to the finish line feels exciting. And as we come together to celebrate the 50-year anniversary of the state's in-stream flow program, what better way to showcase the impact of that program? And as we focus on the path forward, a quick recap of where we've been and where we're headed. On December 19th, 2023, just before the holidays, the Public Service Company and the Colorado River District signed a purchase and sale agreement to transfer ownership of the historic Shoshone water rights to the River District for a $98.5 million purchase price. And to close the transaction and authorize any expenditure of public funds, the purchase and sale agreement contains 4 closing conditions that need to be met before December 31st, 2027. The CWCB and the River District and Public Service Company of Colorado must collaboratively develop an in-stream flow agreement, which will also authorize the CWCB to use the Shoshone water rights for in-stream flow purposes when the rights are not being used for hydropower. After the in-stream flow agreement is approved by this board, the CWCB as a co-applicant along with the River District and Public Service Company of Colorado must proceed through water court to add in-stream flow use by the CWCB as an alternative purpose for the Shoshone water rights. One of the contingencies that we're here to discuss today is securing the funding. And so the River District, together with partners, must secure commitments for the purchase price of $98.5 million. And finally, the purchase must be approved by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission. And the funding strategy relies on a diverse partnership of local, state, and federal funding contributions. The West Slope Coalition proposes to contribute at least $30 million in local funds, $20 million of which have already been committed by the Colorado River District, with at least $10 million contributed collectively across the West Slope Coalition members. The River District's $20 million contribution fully matches our statewide request today for a $20 million non-reimbursable investment in the 2024 Water Projects Bill. The local and state contributions are critical building blocks as we work to leverage federal funding and the incredible opportunities that exist with that funding being available. And the importance of the Shoshone flows to the continued success of the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Species Recovery Program and other benefits puts us in a strong position to request approximately $49 million in federal funding made available later this year through the Inflation Reduction Act, specifically for drought mitigation purposes. And so in closing, protecting the Shoshone water rights protects Colorado's namesake river and provides abundant benefits for Colorado River water users from the headwaters to the state line. The $98.5 million needed to acquire the Shoshone water rights is a one-time investment. It's a durable solution with priceless benefits for generations to come. And the state of Colorado, through the Colorado Water Conservation Board, is an essential partner in achieving this goal. And we look forward to working alongside CWCB in strong partnership going forward. And thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. And both myself and Peter Fleming are here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Are there questions for the River District at this time? I think we might want to reserve questions that could come up in public comment as well. So
thanks.
No questions now? Okay. Yep. Director Gibbs.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm curious, when you say the different funding pots, I know 7A, which I voted for, was part of that funding mix, but so counties and municipalities also pitched in as well, because I remember when I was a county commissioner, we had discussions about the possibility of a kind of a special district funding mechanism when we were trying to figure out like what county would be in, what county would be not be in, and all that. So I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Director Gibbs. That's a great question. And we have a strong coalition of 19 members from all of the main stem counties, irrigation entities throughout, and local municipalities that we are working on, working together for that collective $10 million contribution. And so over the next few months, we will be working alongside all of those local partners to go through the various processes that those local municipalities and local entities have to go through to commit funds. And so those conversations are actively happening, and it's important to us in terms of telling the story to be able to leverage the federal funding that we hope to seek.
Any other questions or comments? I might just clarify for the audience too, that I think there's been reference to a workshop last week. Was it Thursday? I think Thursday, we had about a 2-hour and 15-minute board workshop along with River District staff to kind of work through many of the questions and details. So if it seems a little odd that after all that, nobody has any questions at this time, you can be assured there's been a lot of questions and a lot of discussion. And I think there will be more later, but just to be clear about that, we have already put a fair bit of time in the last week into kind of working through many of these details. Okay, Rob, we're good for public comment then? Yes. Okay, so I've got 18 people listed on my list here. There may be people who didn't know there was an opportunity to sign up as well and may still wish to speak even though they're not on the list. I have folks in the room that we'll hear from first, and then we have some folks online that we'll hear from. As far as I can tell, based on notes from Viola, every person who has signed up to make comment is in favor of this investment. So that's something to think about with the number of folks that are here. And we know many of you have traveled a long distance to be here and to make comment, but I would just, I guess, request that you try to keep your comments succinct, concise. We're targeting, say, 2 minutes per person. And it is certainly fine to, rather than repeat what someone else has said, to simply say that you feel the same way and try to keep it to comments either specific to your entity you're representing or to things that haven't been said yet. Any questions on that? And so what I'm going to do is each time that I call somebody, I will also say who's on deck. So you know that you're up next and you can kind of get ready to speak, and we'll move through this. We typically don't have a lot of questions from the board to comments from the public, but sometimes we do have clarifying questions. So you can just stand by for a second while we see if anybody wants to speak. And rather than asking for that each time, I'll just please just make noise, folks, if you do have a question or something. Okay, any questions on that? All right, so let's get moving. So our first speaker is Troy Waters, and assuming he's here. Yep, and then Shelley Kaup will be following Troy.
Good afternoon. I'll keep it short. My name's Troy Waters. I'm a 5th generation farmer on the Western Slope, and I serve on the Grand Valley Water Users Association Board, Ute Waters Board, and also as a commissioner on the state's Water Quality Control Commission. I ain't gonna waste your time because I sit on commission. I know how it's terrible to hear the same testimony over and over again. So all I'd like to say is being on all these organizations, this is a very important thing for the Western Slope, for the people and the environment of the Western Slope. And I would encourage you to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. And I guess we look forward to meeting with you tomorrow. All right. Shelley Kaup. Okay. And following Shelley, we'll have Merritt Linke.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Shelley Kaup. I am a city councilor with Glenwood Springs, and I'm here to speak for the city today. We are a city that's defined by its rivers. We're situated at the west end of Glenwood Canyon, and the Colorado River is a constant part of our livelihood and our identity. The Shoshone Power Plant is a well-known location for locals and rafting companies alike. That's where you put into the river for a thrilling float down the Colorado River through Glenwood Canyon. In the center of our city is the confluence of the Colorado and the Roaring Fork rivers. Rivers play such an important role in the city's identity that we actually have a dedicated City River Commission. It's a board of volunteers that includes local river experts and enthusiasts who are dedicated to the health of our rivers. They drafted the city's first riparian zone ordinance, and we're working on a river master plan for the city. So Glenwood Springs also has a whitewater park with a standing wave that's very dependent on consistent flows in the Colorado River. So keeping that flow constant is critical to all the people, the ecosystems, and the economies that depend on it. So residents who've been around a while have experienced the impacts of climate change in our area firsthand through increased wildfires, mudslides, and longer and hotter summers. Late summer now almost always means fishing closures on the river as the flows drop and the water temperatures get higher. So protecting the flows in the Colorado River ensure better water quality for the fish and ecosystems, as you've heard, but also for the people living along the river corridor. While Glenwood Springs does not draw our drinking water from the Colorado River, our neighboring cities of Silt and Rifle do. And so lower flows in the Colorado mean higher salinity, more expensive water treatment that's needed to supply drinking water to those communities. Our economy in Glenwood is very dependent on the river, from whitewater rafting to fishing. It brings up to 70,000 commercial visitors a year and up to 80,000 private rafters and anglers along the Colorado and the Roaring Fork rivers. So people visit Glenwood Springs to be near the rivers. We have biking trails. We have just a lot of activity and identity with the river. So we also work as a city very hard to protect our environment. We reduce our emissions and waste. We purchase 100% renewable electricity for the Glenwood Springs Municipal Electric, and we support the healthy wildlife in the area. So again, a healthy Colorado River will define our city and the whole Western Slope for generations to come. So I thank you for your support of this. Thank you to all the Western Slope organizations who have worked towards this solution for so long. It's great to see it move forward, and I appreciate the chance to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Linke, and then following him will be Ed Moyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Director Gibbs, Commissioner Greenberg. Nice to see you all. Thanks for the time today. So as mentioned, I'm a Grand County Commissioner. I also sit on many boards, the CCI Board of Directors, the Club 20 Executive Committee, and I'm also a representative to the Basin, Colorado Basin Roundtable. I'm also a part of a fifth, my kids are sixth, my grandkids are sixth ranch family that was homesteaded in 1883. So I've got kind of everything in between there covered maybe today. On behalf of Grand County, we can't emphasize enough how important this water right is and protecting it is. Grand County, as you know, is the headwaters of the Colorado River, and we are the most heavily diverted in Trans Mountain diversions of any county in the state. So all those economies, the ag and tourism rely on that Shoshone call, that Shoshone water right to protect these businesses and these economies through that water right. So for us to permanently protect that water right is protecting our businesses, our communities, and our way of life. In 2023, Grand County welcomed more than 12 million visitors that came to Grand County and enjoyed our rivers, lakes, streams, trails in Grand County. Those visitors spend millions of dollars, not only in Grand County, but also in the Front Range in Denver and all over the state as they equip themselves to come and spend some time in Grand County and the entire Western Slope. We also, sometimes we kind of forget about this, but Grand County has a healthy and strong ag economy. We have more than 300 ag operations, mostly livestock and hay crops, all the way from the lady that has 12 goats and 3 pigs and 4 sheep to the guy that puts up 2,000 tons of hay and brings in 3,000 summer cattle and everything in between. And those crops and those sales generate over $14 million in sales that goes back to the hardware store, the grocery store, the gas stations. And that is created through that ag economy. And that is dependent upon that Shoshone call. So from tourism to ag, Grand County relies on the Colorado and the Fraser River and its tributaries to protect that water right and all those associated activities that take place with that. So on behalf of Grand County and the state, and all of the business owners, ranchers, and citizens, I'd like to thank all the coalition members who have worked tirelessly for almost 2 decades to get this project to where it is. So thank you for your time, and thanks to the coalition for all your work on this. And I would be happy to take any questions. I have some really smart people behind me that could probably answer them. So thank you.
Thanks, Merritt. Okay, Ed Moyer, and following Ed will be Tina Bergonzini.
Directors, my name is Ed Moyer. I'm the Grand County Manager, as well as a representative to the Colorado Basin Roundtable, and also Grand County Senate Document 80 representative. Appreciate the time in addressing you this afternoon. The permanent protection of the Shoshone water rights is a top priority, as it was already mentioned in the Colorado Basin implementation plan, as well as it's paramount to the values and action areas within the Colorado Water Plan. Ultimately, protecting the Shoshone water rights as an in-stream flow is critical, including both east and west slope interests that rely on the Shoshone flows that are so important to our overall economy, that economic sustainability and resiliency on both sides of the divide. Grand County, as many of you are aware, we're party to several historic agreements with Denver Water, Northern Water, and the Subdistrict. All of those agreements have provisions for Shoshone permanency. For over 12 years, we have been building and maintaining relationships with our partners on the Front Range, and we'll again collaborate when the time comes to roll up our sleeves and work through these tough conversations surrounding Shoshone permanency. In closing, the permanency of the Shoshone water rights are so important to Grand County, the headwaters, the West Slope, and the state as a whole. Commissioners, I appreciate your favorable consideration of this funding request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ed. So next is Tina Bergonzini, and following her will be David Tausig.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your time. My name is Tina Bergonzini. I am here to proudly represent Grand Valley Water Users Association as their general manager. Also, as a Colorado native, I was born and raised on the Western Slope on a small cattle ranch and farmstead. Even in my younger years, I fully understood the importance of the Colorado River to our way of life and how very important the Shoshone water right was to our little stretch of the river. Now I understand how much that water right means to everyone in the whole state. The permanent acquisition of the Shoshone water right is multi-beneficial, as you know, and as everyone here is explaining today, but the value of water security cannot be overstated. With ag being the #1 industry in the Grand Valley, there's a lot riding on our commercial growers. It's knowing that river flows are adequate for our native species, for recreation, municipal supplies, and the ag diversion that gives them that peace of mind to not just our growers, but to every person in this room, and gives our growers the opportunity to go ahead and sign on that line and take out that loan to sow yet another season. For all the benefits and no downsides, Grand Valley Water Users is happy to support the River District here today and financially in the future. We hope that this board will find this pleasing and vote to support the River District's grant as submitted for the permanent acquisition of the Shoshone water right. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Okay, we've got David Tausig, and then following him will be Jackie Fisher.
Good afternoon, David Tausig here with Grand County. I'm a water attorney, been practicing for over 30 years. Here to testify in support of the funding request. I also want to congratulate the CWCB on the 50-year anniversary of the in-stream flow program. It's an incredible program and made even more incredible by the acquisition piece of that was added. And that's a big part of what the Shoshone is, and what a great thing it could be to make this happen. And so that's the theme of my talk, is grand, right? That's Grand County. That means that's magnificent. That's impressive. It's big. Okay, that Shoshone fits into all of that area. So as you probably know, the Grand River was originally only up from the Green. And it went all the way up the stream and the Green, and then that was the Grand River. So Grand County was carved out of Summit County in 1874. And it was named for the river, Grand River. So it's Grand County, the headwaters. And 1874, so Grand County is celebrating its 150th anniversary. So that's a pretty cool thing right there. The 1902 senior water right for Shoshone, the source at that time was the Grand River. And so it has since 1902 pulled water out of Grand County all the way down to that power plant. And the next piece of history that I like is in 1921, Representative Ed Taylor, who was a fierce advocate for the state of Colorado, got the name of the Grand River changed to Colorado. And so in doing so, I think it sort of emphasizes and he appreciated that it was bigger than just the Grand. It was for the whole state of Colorado. So let's name it for the name of our state. So then the next piece is sort of when CWCB was organized, and that was when the Colorado Big Thompson project was going in. CWCB was organized, the River District was organized in 1937. The Water Conservancy District Acts were organized at the same time. That was Northern Water to be the repayment agency. It authorized the construction of Granby Dam, authorized the construction of the Green Mountain Reservoir. And in Senate Document 80 itself, there is language in there to release water out of Green Mountain Reservoir when the flows are the 1250 CFS. So clear back then, that was a critical water rights piece of that Shoshone water right. And in there as well, Grant County was uniquely positioned, and Ed Moyer, who's the county manager, is the designated representative under Senate Document 80. They said, we need somebody to watch out for Grand County from a federal perspective and a state perspective. And so one of the primary purposes of that project is to preserve the fishing and recreational facilities and the scenic attractions of Grand Lake, the Colorado River, and the Rocky Mountain National Park. And so in closing, I just want to say thank you for all your hard work already on looking at this and continuing to look at it. And I think you can really do something grand and fantastic and big. You know, $20 million is a lot of money, but it's a big thing. And on the 50th anniversary, wouldn't that be a cool thing to award this water right, this money for this water right? Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, next up is Jackie Fisher, and following her, is Michael Doherty.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the Colorado Water Conservation Board. I'm Jackie Fisher. I stand before you today as the manager of the Orchard Mesa Irrigation District, a community deeply connected to the Colorado River and an irrigation district that supports thousands of acres of Palisade peach orchards and Colorado vineyards. I want to express my wholehearted support for the acquisition of the Shoshone water rights. This is a critical step forward for the long-term health of the Colorado River system and the security of our irrigation water supply. The Shoshone water is essential to the health and survival of our western slope, ecosystems, and water users. The acquisition of these rights will provide long-term water security for our ag producers, protect Colorado River ecosystems, assist with continued Endangered Species Act compliance for Colorado water users and water projects statewide, and supply clean and reliable drinking water for western slope communities. The value of securing these flows on a permanent basis for our water users is immense. This investment will yield benefits for generations of water users to come and continue to preserve a vibrant agricultural economy in our community. Further, both Shoshone water rights are integral to river operations. Without the Shoshone water rights, certain existing OMID agreements and contracts may be in jeopardy. This would not necessarily be caused by the loss of wet water in all circumstances. Our cameo call remains senior, but we are not immune from the potential changes to river operations, including operations of the Orchard Mesa Check and the historic users pool in Green Mountain Reservoir. In conclusion, Shoshone permanency provides a level of certainty for our water users that matters to our local community, our neighboring communities, and ultimately it matters to the entire state of Colorado. I urge you, members of the board, to support this acquisition. Let's work together to ensure a vibrant future for our river and our communities. As a representative of the Orchard Mesa Irrigation District, our board, and its water users, I respectfully request that the CWCB to approve the $20 million grant request, which will play a crucial role in the successful completion of this acquisition. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay, Michael Dougherty is next, and then Sean Norris will follow him.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Dougherty. I'm appearing on behalf of the Eagle River Water and Sanitation District and the Upper Eagle Regional Water Authority in support of the Colorado River District's funding request to secure permanence for the Shoshone water rights. The district and authority are the second largest municipal water provider on the western slope, serving roughly 60,000 customers from Vail to Walcott. The district and authority fully support the collaborative effort to purchase these water rights, which will provide statewide benefits. For water suppliers like the district and authority, more water flowing in the river results in better, more affordable water treatment for public consumption. When flows are diminished, treatment becomes more complex and more expensive. More water flowing through our communities will also help boost the region's recreation-based economies, particularly during times of drought. And higher flows downstream will provide all the environmental benefits that you've already heard about. So for these reasons and everyone else's reasons that they've talked about, the district and authority encourage the CWCB to vote in favor of this funding request. Thanks.
Thanks, Michael. Okay, next Sean Norris and then Ty Jones.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, directors. My name is Sean Norris. I grew up in Golden, Colorado and moved to the western slope, so I understand irrigating on both sides of the divide. I'm the president of the Grand Valley Irrigation Company, which is the oldest consumptive water right on the river. I want to thank CWCB for all the support that you've given our company with respect to the improvements to our system. We really appreciate that. I'm here today, like so many others, to urge you to support the purchase of the Shoshone water rights by the Colorado River District. The rights need to be owned by the River District to protect all the irrigation and municipal diversions on the west slope, to protect all the diversions and water storage projects on the east slope that were approved based on in-stream flows for endangered species. Protection of endangered species and recreation that the historical administration of the Shoshone water rights has provided. It's my opinion that if these rights are not owned and their historical administration protected by the Colorado River District, all of Colorado water programs become vulnerable to the political whims, and the approvals of all those projects come into question. Today, you have a once in history opportunity to be remembered among those who signed the Colorado River Compact in 22. Those who envisioned and saw passed Senate Document 80 in 1937, which established the administration of these rights. And by taking an important action of protecting these keystone water rights for all of Colorado, I ask you today to support the purchase of the Shoshone water rights by the Colorado River District and to approve the $20 million request by the River District. And if you really want to make our job a little bit easier, let's make that 30 million, and that's 10 million we don't need to figure out how to come up with. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you, Sean. So we got Ty Jones next, and then following him is Larry Clever.
Good afternoon. I'm Ty Jones, the district manager for the Clifton Water District.
We are located at the east end of Grand Junction in the Grand Valley. We serve a population of approximately 34,000 people with 13,000 metered services. Our primary purpose is to serve domestic potable water, and the water source is the Colorado River. We're also the largest shareholder of the Grand Valley Irrigation Company. We have a state-of-the-art membrane treatment facility that is very capable of adapting and treating the dramatic swings in the water quality presented by the Colorado River, but we do need water to operate. Our operation is directly dependent on the flows in the Colorado River, and the Shoshone water right is extremely important to assure the water stays in the Colorado River. Please consider contributing funds to this critical purchase and water rights preservation for the Western Slope. Thank you.
Thank you, Ty. Okay, next up is Larry. I'm not sure if it's Clever or Cleaver. I'm sorry. And then following
That's
Larry.
okay, you're not the first.
Yeah, I bet. So following Larry will be Ken Lunsford.
I'm Larry Cleaver. I'm a general manager of the Ute Water Conservancy District. We're basically in the Grand Valley. We serve most of the Grand Valley. We serve about 90,000 people. Some things to consider in this whole thing is the Shoshone water rights are great for environmental flows. They also will contribute in the discussions we're having about Lake Powell and Lake Mead. If you make this loan, you're saying the state of Colorado supports those negotiations. They're willing to give up 20 million bucks to go out there and help Becky Mitchell sell the lower basin on something that works. And that's what we're trying to do. A lot of people have worked on this for over 20 years. Our old attorney, Mark Hermanstead, I know he was working on it 22 years ago. I offered to let him come and he told me no. But it's very important to Western Colorado, but to the whole state to make this. And your question about people contributing, Andy Mueller from the River District asked to be on our next board meeting. And I'm sure he's going to ask for money. And he'll get some money. He really will. But we urge you to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Ken Lansford is next. And following him would be Nathan Kenner, I believe.
Good afternoon. I'm Ken Ransford. I'm from Carbondale. I'm the Secretary and Recreation Representative for the Colorado Basin Roundtable. And I too urge you to support this. I am also representing American Whitewater, and Shoshone is one of our favorite kayaking runs. It's one of my favorite kayaking runs. And if you were probably to rank the 20 busiest runs in the country, it would be in there. It's very important to our economy. And I also just can't imagine what the water situation would look like if you did not approve this. There are so many West Slope water rights that depend on it that various forms of havoc would result. So please vote on it. And lastly, thank you very much for approving all of our Colorado Basin Roundtable grants over the years. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ken. So next up is Nathan Kenner. Do I have that right? I can't read my writing here.
It's Nathan Keever.
Keever.
And
Okay,
I'm
I
here
apologize.
representing the Palisade Irrigation District. I have been Palisade Irrigation District's attorney for approximately 30 years. And the point I want to emphasize here is the transition that has occurred during that time, thanks to the River District's leadership, which is when I started, we were in state court litigation, federal court litigation, and there were lots of disputes up and down the Colorado River, both on the west side and the east side. There were lots of questions about how we were going to administer things. And as a litigator, I thought, well, we can solve these problems somewhat through litigation. It's going to take a long time. But what the River District said is, hey, there's another approach here. Let's try cooperation. Let's not just rely on senior water rights down in the Grand Valley. And that's what we did. And we built an agreement from the Orchard Mesa check case to the biological opinion, to the Colorado River Compact, all with the idea that instead of fighting, we would work together. And we've pulled this together with the idea that, hey, if something will work for everybody, let's make it work. And that's what we have here, is this opportunity to solidify all of these agreements up and down the river in a way that works for everybody. And that's why you see no opposition and you see so many people here. And that's why Palisade Irrigation District supports the River District's request. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Okay, that's everyone on my list for in the room. We're going to go to the list of virtual speakers, and then I will come back to the room and we'll get you, sir, and whoever else maybe didn't make it onto the list. So first on our virtual list is Kristen Karath, and she'll be followed by Joseph Bernal.
Good afternoon, directors. I'm thankful for the opportunity to speak with you here as a vice chair for the Colorado River Roundtable. Our recently elected chair, April Long, would have liked to have spoken with you, but she also serves on the Groundwater Commission that's currently meeting now as well. The roundtable has provided you with a letter of support, and we would urge you to approve this grant request. The roundtable has long recognized the critical importance of the Shoshone Call to the basin. Back in 2013, the roundtable prepared its own white paper to create a framework that as how they envisioned addressing future demands on the river. And this framework called out and included that the Shoshone water right and its operations needed to remain intact. In the 2015 Basin Implementation Plan, the roundtable sort of highlighted some of its most important projects and included protecting the Shoshone Electric Plant's call as one of its top projects. It remains a top priority in the roundtable's BIP that was updated in 2022. I would like to take to heart your chairman's admonishment that we not simply repeat all the great reasons why you should approve this grant. I do believe that Amy Moyer did an excellent job pinpointing those benefits from the headwaters down to the Grand Valley where I am. And I think all of the speakers before me have added even more nuances and fleshed out just how important this water right is to the Colorado Basin and the state as a whole. I would simply add, and this may be almost an add-on to Mr. Keever's last discussion, the check case is so critical to the operations of the Green Mountain HUP pool. And the check case does not continue if the historical operations of Shoshone do not. It's a linchpin in all the agreements that were reached for the check case settlement. Also, you may have heard and have maybe perhaps questioning why the Shoshone outage protocol that we have in place with various Trans Mountain diverters is not the permanent solution. And I would like you to consider that the SHOP outage protocol has always been a stopgap method. It was never intended to be a permanent solution because, in fact, it cannot mimic the historical call regime on the river because it cannot bind all the water users on the river. It's been a cooperative best effort with many of our Trans Mountain partners. With the Shoshone permanency efforts being that we're requesting the money for today, they will achieve the protection that the basin needs to maintain a viable and healthy community. So again, I appreciate this opportunity to participate remotely. I thank you for all the consideration that I heard you give during the workshop, and the roundtable would urge you to support the River District's request. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten. Next, do you have Joseph Bernal? I don't see him.
He's here.
He's here.
He's here.
We got you on the wrong list. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, CWCB Board, for allowing us and myself this opportunity to speak to you here today. I'm speaking to you here today as a producer, a resident, and the president of the Grand Valley Water Users Association. I would like to express my support for the Shoshone Permanency Project. It is truly a rare opportunity for cooperation and collaboration amongst government agencies, utility companies, and citizens of a state. I've been on the board of directors of the Grand Valley Water Users Association since 2005. I've been an agricultural producer my entire adult life. For years, my fellow board members and I have heard of this idea to purchase the Shoshone Power Plant and its water right. The idea sounded great, but it didn't seem like it was something that we should hold our breath for. We couldn't imagine gaining the kind of widespread support necessary to make something like this a reality. When negotiations became public last year and it started to seem like a real possibility, we were stunned. However, sitting here today, this proposal seems like a win-win. The beneficiaries are numerous. We have the opportunity to not only maintain the healthy flows of the river, but also protect the endangered fish recovery program. We can help protect communities reliant on industries like recreation, tourism, and also farming and ranching. We can support sustainable local and regional food security. And while this proposal could do much for the cities and rural communities on the Western Slope, it would also benefit the state as a whole by easing some of the many water issues and tensions. With all of these positive things, I haven't even stated or mentioned the availability of clean drinking water for the communities downstream. This is really a priceless opportunity, and that is why the Grand Valley Water Users Association voted to make a strong financial commitment towards its purchase. Members of my family have been residents of Colorado for well over 150 years, and my ancestors long before that. We have a passionate desire to protect our way of life and to maintain the Colorado that we all love. That includes protecting its water and natural resources, its environment, and the economies that provide for its human environment. The Shoshone Permanency Project goes a long way toward the protection of those precious gifts our ancestors have stewarded for us. My great-grandfather migrated from eastern Colorado to the Grand Valley with very little to his name to make a living farming and ranching. What he found was a valley of opportunity, making noble use of the water that flows through it. That legacy continues today in our family. My son and nephew who farm with me represent the 5th generation on our Grand Valley farm. With efforts like these, my grandchildren might have the opportunity to continue that legacy of stewardship. I would also like to thank the many people and organizations for almost 10 years have advanced the idea, and also thank the Colorado River District for their persistence to see this project through. I strongly encourage the CWCB to support the funding of this project for the protection of Colorado and its water future. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Director Sakato.
Thank you, Mr. Bernal. I just wanted you guys to know, I don't know if you remember my report to you guys, I actually shown some drone videos. Mr. Bernal was nice enough to host me for a whole day over there. And that was the drone videos. He was concerned about some of the bears in his field. Yeah, did we have any bears? I don't remember. Some bears in his field. So really appreciate that day you spent with me. And if you're sticking around, I'd love to talk to you about Highland Lakes too. I read a lot about the mussel issue going on there, so I'd like to learn more about that. Thank you very much, Mr. Bernal.
Okay, we're going back to our virtual audience. Next up is Bobby Daniel, and following Bobby will be Kathy Chandler Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Felt. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we sure can.
Okay, great. And thank you, board members. I'm a 6th generation Colorado native, born in Meeker and raised in Palisade. I serve on the Gunnison and Colorado Roundtable Basins. as well as I am the chair of the Mesa County Board of Commissioners, and it is with great pleasure that I extend my support for the acquisition of the Shoshone water rights. In a day and age where Mother Nature is not as consistent as we would like it to be, securing a sustainable and assured water supply for Western Slope water users has a far-reaching impact that cannot be overstated. Just in Mesa County, our ag and ag tourism brings in over 80 million annually. And as a steward of our community's well-being, I recognize the paramount importance aimed at securing sustainable water rights and water access for our peach and grape growers and the salt of the earth farmers, recreationists, drinking water for our communities such as Quebec, and the endangered fish recovery in the 15-mile stretch of the Colorado River in Mesa County. Recognizing this historical significance of this agreement, I join my fellow Western Slope citizen, agriculture producers, stakeholders in a collective sigh of relief, knowing that this landmark agreement safeguards the values, traditions, and the way of life for all of Colorado. I also want to assure you that Mesa County is with you in this historic opportunity to invest in our future alongside Summit, Grand, Eagle, and Garfield counties. We stand by you as a valued partner to put a stake in the future for our state and our people. Your contributions to the permanency of the river flow stands as a testament to Colorado's commitment to responsible governance and management of this vital resource. And I extend my sincere appreciation to the dedication of the past and current board members of the Colorado Water Conservation Board. The Colorado River District excel in the numerous partner agencies and organizations throughout Colorado. These combined efforts over the years have been instrumental in transforming this concept into a tangible reality. Just thank you so much to this board for your consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next up is another commissioner, Kathy Chandler Henry.
All right, greetings. Thank you, Chairman Felt, and thank you to the CWCB board members. My name is Kathy Chandler Henry, and I'm here today as an Eagle County Commissioner speaking in favor of this funding request. I'm also the president of the Colorado River Water Conservation District, and I want to express my great appreciation to all of you for our partnerships with CWCB. Shoshone is a really big deal for our county. In fact, people are stopping me on the street saying, can I put in $100 towards this purchase? They're very excited about it. And indeed, it's a big deal for the state of Colorado. For more than 20 years, the Colorado River District and more than 19 other Western Colorado governments and water providers have worked together to find a way to permanently preserve the Shoshone flows. The 2013 Colorado River Cooperative Agreement recognizes the importance of the historical flow regime created by the Shoshone plant. Colorado River users benefit greatly from Shoshone's flows, and Eagle County is very excited to be part of protecting those benefits in perpetuity. Eagle County constituents and citizens in other Western Slope counties rely on the historical flow created by the Shoshone plant. Residential and commercial users depend on these water supplies, which will be terribly impaired if the historical flows diminish. Furthermore, commercial river outfitters and recreationists using the river need these flows as temperatures increase and flows decrease to keep the local economies afloat, and recreation is a central economic driver for our county and the state. In fact, nearly $4 billion of the $10 billion that went into the state's GDP from outdoor recreation came from the Colorado River main stem on the Western Slope. Communities large and small along the Eagle River and the Colorado River main stem benefit from the enhanced Shoshone flows. Western Slope communities depend on the Eagle River and the Colorado River flows for agricultural uses that not only include farms and ranches, but also irrigation for subdivisions, parks, and other public environments. Shoshone's flows provide critical habitat to 4 fish listed under the Endangered Species Act in the 15-mile reach of the Colorado River. In addition, Shoshone permanency preserves the historic user pool water supplies and allows Colorado's nearly $12 billion ag economy to exist alongside critical habitat protections. And there's more. The Shoshone flows are one of the 4 identified long-term protection measures for the Upper Colorado Wild and Scenic River Alternative Management Plan. All of these benefits are relied on, and they're critical to people and places in Eagle County. During the last 23 years of severe drought, the benefit of the Shoshone call to the flow of the river has become even more evident and important. If the power plant were to cease operation without permanent protection of the water rights through an in-stream flow, the negative economic and environmental impacts to Western Colorado and the entire state would be immediate and profound. This is our opportunity to join hands together with the state of Colorado, CWCB, River District, all the counties on the Western Slope, numerous West Slope partners. It's really just so rare to have this kind of enthusiasm and agreement, especially when it includes water issues and especially when there's an ask for money involved. We hope you'll join us in the enthusiasm for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to secure our water future. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Kathy. Next up is Christopher Geiger.
Thank you. Sorry for that short delay. Good afternoon, Christopher Geiger, Balcom and Green, here on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners of Garfield County. I'm here to express Garfield County's support for the River District's non-reimbursable project investment application. Commission Chairman John Martin wanted to speak with you in person today. And he sends his regrets. He and Commissioners Jankowski and Sampson are presently leading the county's annual Employee Service Awards event, where they're engaged in honoring 80 employees with nearly 1,000 years of county service. Garfield County is an active and committed member of the coalition that has worked towards Shoshone permanency for roughly 2 decades. In addition to its advocacy and support for this acquisition, Garfield County is also pleased to work with the Colorado Water Conservation Board to make county water stored in Rudeye Reservoir available to supplement Colorado River flows in the 15-mile reach within Mesa County. We recognize the broad public value of providing these supplies, and we also recognize that they are merely supplemental and would be inadequate to the larger purpose of supporting the river's health without the base flow that results from the historical operation of the Shoshone power plant water rights. The Garfield County Board's complete statement of support for this application is set forth in its September 18th, 2023 letter, which is included in your materials for this agenda item today. As expressed there, Garfield County believes that preservation of the historical flow regime created by the operation of the Shoshone power plant is a public and environmental benefit to the entire state of Colorado. Ms. Moyer and our other coalition partners have effectively summarized these extensive environmental, economic, and community benefits, and Garfield County endorses their comments with consideration for Director Felt's request. The Garfield County Board of County Commissioners views the funding request before you as a first step toward a historic opportunity to preserve the natural environment of the Colorado River Basin while also benefiting the economy of our state and the communities on both sides of the Continental Divide that rely on Colorado River water. The Garfield County Board of County Commissioners respectfully request that the Colorado Water Conservation Board approve the River District's grant application for you. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, that completes my list of online speakers. Is there anyone else in the room who didn't make it on the list who feels compelled to add to this testimony?
Does someone have their laptop on mute? It seems like there's echo. Anyone?
No, not me.
Anyone? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, seeing no one, is there anybody online wishing to add to the testimony today? Please use the raise hand button. Okay, I'm not seeing anything, so I think we'll close public comment. Did you? Oh, okay. Is it a procedural question or okay, 1 second then. And so with that, we have now opportunity for discussion, and we have Attorney General's office here. We have our in-stream flow section chief here. We have Amy and Peter from the River District, and we have our acting state engineer for that matter. So with that, I'll open it up for questions, and we'll start with Director Brown.
I'm not sure who's best to answer this question, so I'll just ask it.
Yeah.
I was reading back through, well, I think all the letters mention this, but can someone explain to me, probably for the second or third time, when these flows benefit the 15-mile reach? What times of year does that happen? And I am assuming it's when the dam is not, when our irrigators aren't diverting water.
Thank you for the question, Director Brown. For the record, Peter Fleming for the Colorado River Water Conservation District. If I understood the question, you've heard a lot today, obviously, about the benefit that the Shoshone flows provide to the 15-mile reach. Of course, they're quite a number of miles downstream, the 15-mile reach is from the Shoshone power plant. The primary benefit is felt during dry years, but also during dry periods of average and wet years. And the benefit does exist to the 15-mile reach, even at times that the irrigation rights in the Grand Valley that divert primarily at the Cameo Diversion Dam and Beck Canyon are diverting water. And that's because there's tributary inflow that comes in from primarily the Roaring Fork River, but also other tributaries, Plateau Creek, that add to the flow of the river that basically the water that the Cameo rights will divert rides on top of, if you will, flow that the Shoshone Call has brought down from points upstream of Dot Zero. So the modeling that we had done demonstrated that in a dry year under existing conditions, about 41,000 acre feet of water is effectively protected, if you will, through the 15-mile reach. In other words, it gets past the Cameo Diversion Dam into and through the 15-mile reach during dry periods under existing conditions. In the future, when there are greater demands on the river, that number is even higher, goes up to about 86,000 acre feet in a dry year. Those aren't averages, those are sample years, but it's in that neighborhood. So please let me know if that is not responsive to your question, Director Brown.
Sorry. It's intimidating to see all of you here. We haven't seen people in our board meetings in a really long time. So yes, that makes sense. Thank you. If the power plant is no longer diverting sometime in the future, I assume you would keep the regime the same. You wouldn't be shepherding that water then at that point?
No, I mean, the proposal, sorry to interrupt if you were, the proposal is not to attempt to shepherd the water anywhere past the what we call the subject reach, the Shoshone reach, from the diversion dam to the outfall of the penstocks. But the modeling shows that even if you build in new demands, and I can't remember, but I think the number was around 30,000 acre feet of new demands below Dot Zero going out into the future, that you'd still get that benefit. So yes, if the power plant were to go away in the future and the water right were to be used for in-stream flow, which is what the proposal is, then that water still gets to the 15-mile reach.
Sorry, we have a question from Director Boucher.
Thank you, Chairman Felt. Before we continue further discussion of this, I wanted to apologize to all of you and to all of the Colorado River Basin residents that are in the room there that I am not. For personal reasons, I couldn't be, but it was heartwarming and very wonderful to see you all and to listen to your testimonies regarding this. I think that when I've tried to word it to other directors or other people around the state, that when you live in Division 5 and you're working hands-on with Colorado River issues, that maybe we assume that everybody in the state understands the importance of Shoshone. And I think that hearing all of your testimony and listening to all of this, it's a nice reminder to have folks in the room that this directly impacts on a daily basis. So thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you, Director Boucher. Director Vasquez.
Just for clarification, the modeling that you're referring to, that included the relaxation and the shop agreements?
So yeah, and just to be ultra clear on that, the relaxation agreement is a 2007 what we call relaxation or 2007 call reduction agreement. The shop agreement, the Shoshone outage protocol agreement, is a separate deal. But the 2007 call reduction agreement, I believe Brendan could confirm, was included in the modeling that came up with those amounts. Well, and the other effectively, the Shoshone outage protocol effectively becomes moot if we are successful in changing the water right to include in-stream flow purposes for going into the future. Because the purpose of the Shoshone outage protocol was to act as effectively a stopgap temporary measure to help protect flows until we could achieve this level of permanency that we're seeking today and going forward. And it will be supplemented, if you will, and by the Shoshone permanency of a in-stream flow decree.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Other questions? Director Anderson.
Peter, I want to make sure I understand the funding. Assuming we have this project bill and 20 million from us, 20 million from the River District?
Correct, sir.
And 10 million from interested parties on the western slope. Then there's 50 million from the federal government?
Well, yes, that's correct. We're seeking at least 30 million from a combination of the Colorado River District and our West Slope partners. I think as you heard today, we'll be making the rounds and knocking on doors for those contributions. We've already done that in the past. We're confident we'll get that at least 30 million from the River District total, where the River District's already committed 20, but at least an additional 10 from our West Slope partners. We will be requesting 49 million from the United States. And that's a big ask, obviously, of the United States, but we feel that if we get this board so approves the $20 million request that we're asking today, and with the 30 million from the River District and its West Slope partners, that we're making a big signal towards the United States. The benefit to the United States and the two major, there's the Silk project, the Colburn project, there's other projects, but especially the Colorado Big Thompson project and the Grand Valley Water Users Grand Valley project that the United States operates in the main stem basin, have huge benefit through the 15-mile reach PBO and the benefit they get by effectively getting Endangered Species Act coverage through this project. And we feel like that's why the $49 million request of the United States is money that the United States should spend well.
Thank you.
Other questions? Director Sakata.
Thank you. Thanks, Peter. And thanks for sharing all the information with us. Also, is Public Service Company carrying a note also for you?
In the purchase and sale agreement with Public Service Company, we have the ability to enter into a note for up to $20 million.
Okay.
We do not plan to do that, particularly if our funding request goes favorably today. We don't think we will need that. But the contingency is built into the agreement.
Okay, I thought I read that. Thank you.
Director Vasquez.
And would that contingency be a tool for you if you didn't get the 49 million you're asking from the federal government to supplement what they are willing to give?
It would be a tool. It wouldn't be our, our preferred tool, but it is an extra tool in the toolbox if we don't get that funding request. And there are other options as well, but we're hopeful that the United States will see the benefit of this proposal as well.
Other questions? I guess I have a couple. And I'll start with you, Peter, see if you can answer it, but it's a question that has come up and that I've heard repeated. It regards kind of how a call would originate if this all moves forward. The River District owns the water right. The plan is to enroll it in the in-stream flow program. Typically, the in-stream flow program, or let's say CWCB, would be the one making that call. But I have heard another concept put forward that, well, no, maybe the River District would be making the call. It seems like there might be, I think, some well-intentioned concerns going both ways about different reasons why one entity might not make the call when you would think they should. And so can you illuminate, as far as you know, what the plan is?
I would say at this point, Chairman Phelps, there isn't a specific plan in place to address that exact question, other than this, that the River District pledges to work in full cooperation with the CWCB and its staff to achieve what we believe are our shared goals, and that is to protect the historical flow regime. There's any number of ways that it has been done in the past and can be done in the future. And I'm confident that, this is what we have before us today is step one. It's a big step, and it's very important. It's critical. But it's only one step in this process. We've got many other coming down the line. One of the most critical ones is the negotiation of the specific terms of the in-stream flow agreement. And so that, that will be another a big step as well. And I see that's where those sorts of questions will be resolved and answered. But our pledge is to do it in a way that's in full cooperation with the CWCB and the staff. Provided that the end goal is the same, which is the most robust protection of the historical flow regime that we can achieve, given all of the other considerations that we're going to need to make, in doing so.
Okay, thank you. I have my other question, I think, is probably for Rob. So while Peter's there, does anybody have any additional questions for him? Okay.
If I could,
yeah.
Chairman Phelps, since I'm standing up here, and I don't mean to take time away from Rob, but I did want to express my thanks to the board, to the staff, for the really significant amount of time you've invested in this. I'm hoping this isn't the last time, so hopefully we don't wear our welcome out, but really appreciate all of the work that's gone into this. I want to thank the members of the public, the River District's constituents, and others that have expressed an interest in this. As I said before, this is just step one, but it is a critical step. We've heard about the benefits up and down the river. We do recognize that we actually have to show, that we're going to protect the natural environment in the subject reach. It's a short, we'll think of all this great stuff we can do for the entire river simply by protecting this 2.5 mile reach of the river. But we do recognize that that's another important process that needs to happen, is we got to make these findings that, yes, we will be protecting that very short segment of the river. So we pledge to work again with the CWCB and its staff, and doing that goes without saying. That I'll say it, we respectfully request that the CWCB approve the requested funding amount. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob, Peter's last comments there actually are a good sort of introduction to my question. And I kind of know the answer, but I do sort of want to get it on the record here that as he said, we're talking about protecting the environment or enhancing the environment on this subject reach of 2 miles. Most of the comments we heard today discussed other benefits. And I'm just wondering if you could speak to the fact that normally when we're considering an in-stream flow appropriation, we're looking very narrowly at environmental factors on this subject reach. But could you just speak to that broader charge that we also have, or ability we have to consider other factors as well?
Sure. Rob Veal, CWCB staff. So you are correct. We will go through a quantification process to try to determine what the flow needs are in that subject reach that's roughly 2.5 miles long. For in-stream flow acquisitions, the board does have discretion to take into account other factors that they deem important to make their decisions based on, outside of that specific reach. So that's what's detailed in the rules, is a statement that provides that discretion.
Okay. Any questions for Rob? So, so we have a recommended staff recommendation. We also, I think maybe in a different document, and I'm speaking to Jen, we also have actual language for the proposed language for the projects bill. I'm just, I guess, and I don't know if those two are sort of one and the same. They are.
I believe they are.
Okay.
And I believe Mr. Veal has a slide.
Yep, we should have a slide that we can walk through both the staff
Great.
recommendation and the language that we're proposing.
Since we don't seem to have other questions, let's look at that.
Okay, so staff recommends the CWCB authorize $20 million from the severance tax perpetual base fund to partially fund the Colorado River Conservation District's purchase of the Shoshone Hydro Plant water rights. The language identified below is recommended to be included in the 2024 projects bill, but is not the intent of this language to create additional conditions at the time of the transaction's closing. And that language was helped develop from our discussions with the River District following the workshop last week. And so the language that we're proposing is in that the Colorado River Water Conservation District has shown water rights acquisition appropriation. One, for the 2024-25 fiscal year, $20 million is appropriated to the Department of Natural Resources for use by the Colorado Water Conservation Board. This appropriation is from the Colorado Water Conservation Board Construction Fund created in section 3760-121 CRS. To implement this section, the CWCB may use this appropriation to partner with the Colorado River Water Conservation District in the purchase of the water rights owned by the Public Service Company of Colorado and currently used for the operations of the Shoshone hydropower plant. The funds will be released to the Colorado River Water Conservation District per an approval vote by the CWCB confirming closing conditions of the purchase and sale agreement between Colorado River Water Conservation District and Public Service Company of Colorado have been met, and the funds should be released. And then the second part is the money appropriated in subsection 1 of this section remains available until June 30th, 2031. And so that date is slightly changed per our conversation with the River District as well, that they're asking if they could have a little bit more time because it's a really uncertain process of how long the water court decree would take and the other closing conditions with the PUC.
Okay. One question for you, Peter, on this language. Rob just said that subsequent to the workshop, there was communication about this language. So I would just like to hear from you that you feel this language addresses the request and is the appropriate language for the project bill.
Chairman Felt, yes, I'm looking at the language now, and I believe this language will work for the River District and its partner public service company, although I can't speak on their behalf, but from what we understand that it will.
And so just because this is in the background, shall we say, and I'd rather keep it there, do you agree that if this language is approved, there'd be no reason for a state legislator to amend the project's bill?
We would certainly support the inclusion of this language. So yes.
Thank you. Yeah. Are there any other comments? No, Director Gibbs, did you have something you wanted to add? Okay. Well, I think we're moving up towards a motion here. Oh, Paul. Okay, Director Boucher.
Thank you, Chairman Felt. I think that, you know, to many of you in the room or listening in who haven't been part of all these conversations, I think that one of the things that feels interesting about this vote is, you know, the conditions and how many steps, as Peter alluded to, are yet to come in this project. And so it feels like, you know, an award for something that there's still a lot to discover. And I look at the partners involved in this project. I think of the way that it has been presented and referred to today, using the word partnership. I think of the importance of our state and in this water right, both West Slope and East Slope. And I also appreciate, you know, some of the partnerships that Ed Moyer alluded to in his testimony, in the way that Grant County has experienced that kind of working relationship. And I have full confidence going forward with all of these conditions, that all of the parties involved will negotiate and work together in a good faith effort to make this what it should be, to protect the river and to protect our interests. And so with that, I would move to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 10C, the Shoshone water right permanency.
Thank you, Director Boucher. Director Anderson.
I would like to second this, but just one comment. Peter, I thank you for your efforts here. It's great. As I said before, my father made the statement many years ago that somebody needed to buy that water right and protect us. So with that, I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Anderson. So we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Director Gibbs?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just want to really follow up after Director Brocher's comments, thinking of partnerships. I'm starting to get a few gray hairs now, and with that, you know, I have young kids, but I also have some history too with this topic. And you know, when I think of this particular ask and what's before us today, I can't help but think of the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement. And you know, I look throughout here, I see a lot of us worked, you know, really hard on that many years ago. Commissioner Lanke was a signer of that. Commissioner Kathy Chandler Henry that spoke online, I was a signer of that as well. And, you know, I remember 20 years ago being in meetings in Summit County with Barbara Green, with Eric Kuhn, with a lot of great water leaders talking about how we figure out more certainty for the West Slope, how we also at that time work with our ski resorts. I know Brendan McGuire's here from Vail Resorts, but also work with Denver Water and all the different partners. And I look at this as really a continuation of really that important work that took many years in the works. And it seems like yesterday when I was a county commissioner too, when we had discussions on, you know, how can we get, you know, everyone together to figure out the money needed to make this a reality. And, you know, I blink and it's, you know, many years ago, but it's really, for me, pretty exciting to be at this point too, and be in the role that I have, where I have a vote in this now, which is pretty cool. So I am planning on supporting this particular request today. And, but I do think it's really important to provide space for staff, for attorneys, for the board too, to work out the details of the in-stream flow agreement. last week, I don't know, Peter, if it was you or Andy that mentioned that you see this as a partnership with the state, and that's really when I thought about Director Brochet's comments, very much partnership. But for me, you know, to have partners, we must have trust. And trust between partners is imperative for a successful path to move forward on Shoshone permanency. And so we all know that more work needs to be done, but this is a really important first step, of course. But to get to the finish line, we need to be transparent, we need to be honest, we need to have continued conversations that we need to move forward. Not just communication that, you know, you hear about in the media or whatever, but, you know, staff to staff conversations that we can really move the needle on this. So I'm really excited about this and really look forward to hearing more about how staff to staff conversations can work out and hammer out the deals. But this is very historic, to say the least, and I'm really excited about it.
Thank you, Director Gibbs.
Other comments? Director Brown?
I just want to say how important this is that we were able to do this, get to this point and what we envision going forward under, you know, our legal prior appropriation doctrine and how creative we have had to be as a water community in Colorado and will continue to have to be as we meet with these uncertain times. And just, this really took a lot of work and effort to get where you are. And that doesn't go unnoticed. And I'm glad that it's brought us together to mimic what Director Gibbs said. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Brown.
Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, also, I'd like to thank everybody that took the time to testify today, and really also to all of you that participate in the roundtable process. That's a great place to have a voice in what's going on. And you mentioned all the projects that have been approved. Just, it takes a lot of work to get those here. So we appreciate all that efforts. But one comment I'll make, because of Director Gibbs' comment about gray hair, is I'm actually losing my hair. So at least you have hair. Is that, and this is not disparaging to the audience out here, but I see a lot of gray hair out there too. So let's all of us really work for that next generation to get them at the table, because I think it's really important for us to really, you know, whether it's the next generation of farmer ranchers or recreationalists, we really need them at the table to help us make these decisions for the future. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
You bet. Have you tried putting a clothespin on it? You have a comment, Director Combs?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to win the hair comment. I appreciated all the testimonies today of the community effort on this. It seems, get your hand on the button in case you have to shut me off if we get going here. It seems like just move over. The amount of money this is going to take is going to be a stretch all the way around. There's going to be a whole lot of kind of belt tightening to make these budgets work, to make all this happen. In the Rio Grande, we've noticed the same thing of what water is actually costing anymore. As climatic conditions don't cooperate, it just gets more and more expensive. And one of the inadvertent consequences of that is how we have elevated the cost of water and the value of water. And then it becomes a little bit exclusionary to some of our other sectors of the economy. Most of the testimony was recreation, the ag contributions, all of these things. And I just want, as a state, to be careful. I don't even know how to say it, because price is what the price is. But I definitely don't want to think that we fall into this trap of we pursue water at all costs. Director Anderson appropriately said, his dad said, if someone could come up with the money, look at what it's taken to come up with that money. So while this is a very valuable and important move, partnering, I appreciate Director Gibbs, but we've got to act in integrity as we move forward with this, because of, I think we have to respect the resource this is taking from all across the state. I'm glad this is working out for the Colorado River and those participants over there. but this is not just coming out of those coffers. As the funds tighten up everywhere, more projects that traditionally the Colorado River District was able to fund are probably going to come to CWCB for more funding. It's going to distribute a whole lot of things. And I think we need to be aware of that, like I said, while I'm glad the Colorado River District is getting this victory, we need to recognize this is a big step on what we're doing with the value of water across the state of Colorado. And I'm glad we're doing it, but I want to be careful we don't oversell what we're buying. This is make sure the risks are assessed correctly and that we're approaching this with all the integrity that we need to for the several responsibilities we have. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Combs. Are there any other comments? After the vote? Okay. Well, I guess I want to echo a little bit of Director Combs there, just that this 20 million, this particular 20 million, does represent an investment on the part of the entire state. And I think it is, it's in recognition that we are all connected, especially through the Colorado River. And so I do think that this is an appropriate investment. Over the last months, I worry a little that I've been perceived as being unduly obstinate or cynical or just working you over a little bit at the River District. And I want to assure you that that wasn't for any, kind of desire I had to actually make things harder, but because of what Director Combs was just talking about, that we have a duty to be diligent and vigilant and to try to ask those hard questions. And I can tell by some of the phone calls and emails that I've received, it has filtered out and people are aware of that diligence. But I do think that that's what's required for a project of this magnitude. It helps make it better. And so I appreciate the forbearance, I guess, and the staying at the table and continuing to work on this to try to answer those tougher questions. Although while recognizing that, yes, we do have multiple steps still to go, and each of those will bring their own set of questions and discussion. But I also, I just want to say I do appreciate the entire community represented here, as well as a number of folks on the eastern side of the divide who had long conversations with me. This has been a great sort of mental journey, and I'm glad to have made it with all of you. Are there any other comments? If not, we'll call the question. Okay.
Just to echo the thanks and appreciation for the CWCB staff and the River District staff, as well as Excel Public Service Company of Colorado. I think sometimes we look like a duck sitting peacefully on the water and you don't see the legs churning beneath. And that's kind of what this process has looked like. And just looking around the table, the state engineer's office has also played a role in helping to explain how the whole system works and the hydrology and how it's administered. And then CPW staff will play a significant role as we go forward in the in-stream flow process, where we'll have more opportunity for public involvement and transparency as we think through that process, creating an in-stream flow agreement. And just a special thanks to Rob and your staff and Jen, you as well, just how much work you've all put into this. So just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Director Riss. Great point. Any other comments? If not, we'll go to the question. So we have a motion to approve the staff recommendation for the language to go into the projects bill. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you all. We're going to take oh, I'm sorry. Director Cloud wanted to make a comment after the vote.
Thank you. I was patiently waiting for that vote like many of you were.
But I just wanted to say that, you know, I've been sitting here listening, you know, listening to the workshop and listening to all of you, and I've sat pretty quiet watching this whole process unfold. Colorado is such a great state, and I hope that everybody, with as much enthusiasm and as much energy that you have it took for you all to get here, that you also help the rest of Colorado for Colorado water to stay Colorado. We need to stand behind our commissioner with as much energy as in this room. Stand behind her, because she's got a big job to do. And we're all in here for our future generations, as it was said before. And we need to remember that as we move forward, because there's things that we're going to have to fight for, and we need to continue to fight for Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Cloud. So we still have 7 more items today. We are so far behind schedule. We're going to take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll get back to it. So thank you all for being here.
Recording in progress.
We could get the board back here. We'll get back to work. Listen, I saw Jessica. Yep.
So people were asking about the pigs, just keep the pigs, draw a pig. So I have my sticky notes, make sure you draw a pig, and then before we convene tomorrow morning, I'll explain what that's all about. So just keep your pig if you would. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, somebody turned in their pig.
Okay, do we get enough to get going here? I think, all right, let's do it.
We don't know voting, it's all informational.
No, we got action items.
No, for votes.
Oh, really?
For votes you do. Unless you sign the
Okay.
committee.
All right.
Robert's rules of order.
Okay, we're gonna get rolling here. So next up is items 11A, B, and C. Water Supply Reserve Fund applications for January 2024. And let's see, is Ben participating online?
Yeah,
Okay.
Director Fellow, I'm here. Yep.
Okay, great, Ben. Good to see you. So the first one is in the Arkansas Basin with Lake County Water Resource Assessment.
Yep. For the record, Ben Wade, CWCB staff presenting all three items for WSRF grants. As you said, 11A is a Lake County applying to is a two-part proposed project. The first is assessing the county's water resource portfolio, determine the most efficient use of it. Second part is assessing the DeLap ditch, just learning to find what's needed to rehabilitate the ditch and understand the financial investment. In the room is Sarah Mudge and Bryce Ehrlich from the county, and we're available if the board has any questions.
All right, Commissioner Mudge, would you like to say anything? Okay. Well, thank you for being here. Okay, any questions on that one? Oh, all right, I guess we can go to item B.
All right, 11B, the applicant is the Colorado River District. And just like the first 11A, this is a second drought resiliency statewide request. If approved, the funding will support both a snow-free baseline survey in 2024 and then up to 2 snow surveys. This is the airborne observatory flights part of that program, just continuing that program. So again, getting the baseline survey this year and up to 2 snow survey flights in 2025. I saw Raquel Flinker and Dave Kanzer from the River District on earlier. We're available for any questions the board may have.
Okay, are there any questions on this one? Okay. All right, let's next one.
Sure. Finally, 11C is a Highline Ditch and Enlargement Company as the applicant. The Highline Ditch provides irrigation water and domestic water in Delta County. Unfortunately, the open ditch is prone to hillslides. They had a hillslide back in the summer of 2022. They temporarily restored the ditch, but it does need permanent repair. And so if approved, WSR funds would be used to purchase the pipe needed to install in the existing ditch. On Zoom with us is Tom Alvey with the Ditch and Enlargement Company, and we're available to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, any questions on this one? Don't see any. I think you guys did a good job in the packet of explaining these proposals, Ben.
Great. Yeah, thank you to staff.
Is there Director Anderson?
I would move approval of item 11A, B, and C.
Okay. Second, Director Vasquez. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Motion carries. Thank you guys for being here, and thank you, Ben. Okay, next up is item 12, request to form intent to appropriate in-stream flow and natural lake level water rights in water divisions 1, 2, 4, and 6.
Thanks, Chairman Felt. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, Brandy Logan, CWCB staff. I've been asked to make this quick, so I will do my best. This is agenda item 12, and this is an action item. So this is where staff is requesting that you form your intent to appropriate 7 in-stream flows and 1 natural lake level in divisions 1, 2, 4, and 6. And this is just this brief reminder that this is the kind of overall process for in-stream flows. Staff has completed the analysis phase for these recommendations, and now we're moving into the board decision and hearing process phase. So we're at the January board meeting with that request to form intent. March is a public comment, and then May is where you may be asked to take final action. So essentially, this is a 3-board process. And that's if they're uncontested. If there's any that are contested, then that would go to a potential hearing in September. And I just wanted to remind you that there are required findings for all appropriations. The board is required by statute to make 3 findings. These are not required today, but I wanted to remind you what they are. The first, that a natural environment exists. And so a description of the natural environment and any relevant data are provided for all appropriations. Second, the natural environment will be preserved by the water available for the appropriation. So this has 2 pieces. The first part is quantifying how much stream flow is necessary, and that's done by the recommending entities. And the next piece is quantifying how much is available, and that's a water availability assessment that's completed by staff. And so in that case, we're using the best available data to come up with the hydrology of the reach. And then the third is that no material injury will occur to water rights. And just as a reminder, water rights that the board moves forward today, if they are ultimately decreed, today will be the appropriation date. So they'll be the most junior thing in the river. In addition to that, we have a provision in statute called 1023B, and that allows for recognition of existing uses or practices, even if they're not decreed. And so your board packet includes a memo for each stream and lake that provides executive summaries and appendices of data. And this is we think this is sufficient information for the board to make the findings. And then another quick review on R2 cross. R2 cross is the method used in most cases to determine the biological flow needs. And this is based on field data that's collected at each stream reach, and it's used to model average depth, average velocity, and the wetted perimeter and a range of flows. The flows are compared to the chart or the criteria on the slide. And you can see that that varies by width. Flows that meet 2 of 3 criteria are used essentially for winter or base flow conditions, and flows that meet 3 of 3 criteria are used for spring or summer or higher flow periods. And then I just wanted to, before I go through the recommendations, let you see a little bit of the work that we do. This is some of the representation of the field work. We conduct a field site visit for each location. We're checking locations, we're looking at the natural environment, making observations, and usually making a streamflow measurement or multiple streamflow measurements. Sometimes we assist our recommenders out in the field, and we can also meet local landowners and DWR staff when we're out there. And I'll just point out that we have our own director, Lauren Riss, at this is Square Top Creek, Director Vasquez making her way down to Wheeler Creek, in-stream flow program staff Marielle making a streamflow measurement in Williams Gulch, Sade making a measurement on North Lobe, and last but not least, and it might be hard to see, but that's Laura being covered in Mormon crickets, making a measurement out on the west slope. Those were some tough conditions, so it's not all a walk in the park. Office work is a little less exciting, and it was hard to find any good photos, but it's just as important. So this is where we're doing all of our analysis. We're reviewing the recommendations, the supporting information, checking R2 cross, looking at the biological data, and this is where staff is conducting that water availability assessment as part of that second board determination. For outreach, we do a number of different outreach, and it really starts at the very beginning at the in-stream flow workshop. This is a public meeting where the recommenders present their proposed new in-stream flow recommendations. After that, we have a whole series of things that we do. We have notices in the in-stream flow subscription mailing list in March and November, the notice in last November. We send letters to landowners that have land along property or property along the proposed reaches. We provide notices in local newspapers. We offer presentations to the Board of County Commissioners, DWR interviews with stakeholders, and of course, Rob fields a lot of questions and calls. So the goal of all of this work and analysis is to provide the board with a sound technical basis for your decisions. So we want to use a transparent process that's fair and open and respects existing water rights, but also provides a means of protecting water and streams and lakes in the environment. So this is a map of each of your basins, and these are where the recommendations are located. In Division 1, we have 2 recommendations by CPW for Williams Gulch and Square Top Creek. In Division 2, another CP recommendation for Titan Lake. In Division 4, we have 2 High Country Conservation Advocate recommendations, one in Deer Creek and one in Splains Gulch. Moving west, the BLM has made a recommendation for North Lobe Creek. And then up in Division 6, we have Ways Gulch and Wheeler Creek, also BLM recommendations. So I'm going to go through each of these with some quick highlights. I'm going to not read the in-stream flow recommended flow rates because that would be tedious and we're in a rush, but they're all there for you. So Square Top Creek is located in Division 1 in the headwaters of the North Fork South Platte River in Clear Creek County. This is just near Guanella Pass. The CPW recommendation starts at the outlet of the lower Square Top Lake, which the board appropriated a natural lake level on in 2017, and it extends downstream to Duck Lake. Square Top Creek was first recommended in 2015, so this has been on the books for quite a while. And in the meantime, CPW has been actively working to reestablish a conservation population of greenback cutthroat trout. These fish are state and federally threatened species, and they're also the state fish of Colorado. They were once thought to be extinct, and then they were found in a single stream in the Arkansas Basin, and they're trying to establish additional populations in other basins. So CPW took several years to clear Square Top Creek and the associated lakes of whirling disease, and they finally got the green light that they were in the clear for that, and they were able to stock young of the year trout in just this last fall. So this recommendation is to protect that new fishery as well as the macroinvertebrate community, which includes a rare species of stonefly. Williams Gulch is located 35 miles northwest of Fort Collins. This recommendation extends from the headwaters to the confluence with the Cache Pooter. The area was partially burned in the Cameron Peak wildfire in 2020, but the wet meadow along Williams Gulch remains intact and the watershed's in a process of recovery. For decades, this creek has supported a population of Colorado River cutthroat trout, which is not native to the South Platte. And in 2021, CPW led a successful reclamation process with the goal of establishing another greenback cutthroat trout. And in 2022, CPW and volunteers stocked young of the year greenback cutthroat trout. So they're recommending, again, protection of this stream as well as the macroinvertebrate community. Moving down to Division 2 and Titan Lake. Titan is a very small, shallow lake located in the headwaters of the Arkansas River, 10 miles northwest of Leadville in the Holy Cross Wilderness. CPW is recommending a natural lake level water right to protect boreal toads. Boreal toads are the only species of alpine species of toad in the state, and they are state endangered due to habitat loss and a fungal related infection that's been spreading through their communities. CPW has been working to expand populations of boreal toads by translocating tadpoles to unoccupied habitat and protecting those habitat. These type of conservation efforts have so far been able to prevent a federal listing of the species. And I'll just quickly plug, there's a really nice video by the Utah Division of Water Resources that talked about their conservation efforts and tracking these toads. And they found that one three-legged toad traveled 5 miles and 1,500 feet in elevation gain, which was pretty remarkable and surprised everyone. Over in Division 4, we have 2 recommendations by high country conservation advocates. The first is Deer Creek, which is located 4 miles east of Crested Butte. This recommendation extends from the headwaters to the Beitler number 1 point of diversion, and they're making this recommendation to protect the resident brook trout fishery and macroinvertebrates in this small mountain stream. Then we have Splains Gulch, which is just on the other side of Crested Butte, about 6 miles west. This HCCA recommendation extends from the headwaters to the confluence with Coal Creek. It's also to protect a brook trout fishery in the macroinvertebrate community. Moving over to the western portion of the state, the BLM has recommended an in-stream flow on North Lobe Creek, which is about 15 miles northeast from Gateway in Mesa County. This creek is a tributary to West Creek, which is a tributary to the Dolores River. The reach extends from the headwaters to the Highline Ditch Headgate. And BLM is recommending this reach to protect the rainbow and brook trout fishery, along with numerous species of macroinvertebrates as part of their management goals to maintain and enhance fish and riparian systems. Up in Division 6, we have 2 more in-stream flow recommendations by BLM. The first is Ways Gulch. This is located northeast of Steamboat Lake. The recommended reach extends from the headwaters to a BLM land boundary, and BLM is recommending protection of resident population of mountain suckers, tiger salamanders, and macroinvertebrate communities. And then the last recommendation is Wheeler Creek, located in Jackson County, 17 miles northwest of Walden. The recommended reach extends from the headwaters down to the Acres Ditch Headgate, which is the first diversion point on the stream. And BLM is proposing an in-stream flow to protect self-sustaining populations of brown trout and brook trout. This creek was also burned in a wildfire in 2015 and is in a process of recovery. So that was a quick overview of all the recommendations that we are requesting the board form its intent to appropriate on. Here's a little bit more detail on the procedure. So anything that you move forward with, we would send notice out by February 5th. We have those different board meeting dates. And the things I'll point out here are the notices to contest are due April 1st. Notice of party status and a hearing participant status is due April 30th. Board meeting, a hearing, if necessary, would be in the September meeting. And if everything moves forward smoothly, the Attorney General's office would file these water rights before the end of 2024. So here's staff recommendations. Staff recommends that pursuant to ISF Rule 5D, the board declares its intent to appropriate an in-stream flow water rate on each stream segment listed in Table 1 and the natural lake level water rate in the lake listed in Table 2, both of which are included in the staff's memo, and a direct staff to publicly notice the board's declaration of its intent to appropriate. So that concludes all the information I have to present. I'd like to thank our recommenders for all of their hard work and efforts to bring recommendations to the board and work within the state's system for environmental water rights. Roy Smith and Katie from the BLM and Katie Birch from CPW are here in person. And Julie and Nania plan to be here online to answer any questions you may have. And Rob and I are also available if there are questions.
I'd like to move that we approve the staff recommendation for item 12 on our agenda.
Oh. Sorry.
It's late.
It's late. It is. It's almost my bedtime. Is there a second to this, Director Brown? Okay. Any other comment? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Motion carries. Thank you,
Thank
Brandy. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, next up, we have Colorado River update with Amy Ostick.
Thank you, Director Felt and members of the board. For the record, this is Amy Ostick with the Interstate Federal and Water Information Section, and I'm suddenly very aware that it is 5 o'clock, 5:01, so I'm going to try to be very quick here. The first couple things, well, the first big exciting thing, I know that Director Riss mentioned this, but super excited to have Anna Reichen join our team. She came to us from Leonard Rice. And this is one of the new positions that we got as last year's decision item. And Anna will work really closely with Brian and Michelle on Colorado River technical matters, modeling, things like that. So I'm just super thrilled that we have Anna and really excited to be growing the team. And also, as Director Riss mentioned, we have a couple more new positions coming on. And so we are in the process of interviewing for the Colorado River Policy Specialist, and we're really excited about the candidates we have and looking forward to getting that position hired as well. And then a program support position will be next on the list. So just really excited to have everyone joining us. The other thing I'll say is that, as you recall, we are no longer doing the in-depth hydrology updates during this item. We anticipate bringing that back once in a while, like for the August 24-month study, but Michelle is here, so you can direct all of your hard-hitting questions to her if you have any. And then one other thing, I just wanted to mention that since DROA came up this morning and the time between then and now, I went back and just did a quick review of the Attorney General's report on DROA, and just want to say it correctly notes that the current plan runs from May 1st, 2023 to April 2024. So we are still in the DROA plan year. There are a lot of different types of year, and the DROA plan year is yet another one. And that particular plan is focused exclusively on recovery. So Blue Mesa will make a full recovery. It's a passive recovery, so it's not like there's actively being water held back, but it will make a full passive recovery. So that's good news. And then just a reminder of how DROA is triggered. It's when Powell is projected, the minimum probable is projected to reach 3525. The critical elevation identified in the DROA agreement. Right now, the minimum probable is showing Powell hitting 3525 potentially in January of 2025. What that does under the DROA agreement is essentially just gets us started monitoring closely the conditions at Lake Powell. So we will continue having monthly meetings and getting information from Reclamation, and we'll continue tracking that. So we are not in a position where we're considering additional DROA releases. There will be a lot more discussion if and when we get there. So just wanted to clear that up. So now we'll move on to our regularly scheduled programming. And I wanted to start with this infographic that you all have seen that we've kind of put out into the world. And the reason I'm starting here is because we've gotten a lot of questions about this lately. We've seen some, I'll say, questions raised in the media about this infographic and what the uses are that are included in it and why we're representing this in the way that we are. And knowing that Water Congress is coming up this week, we figure you might get questions about it as well. So just wanted to provide some information on what is in this infographic and what's not. So, you know, one of the questions or the issues that has been raised is this thought about, well, it's not exactly apples to apples, right? We're not showing the upper and lower basin in the same ways. And I want to say very clearly that it actually is very much apples to apples. This representation shows main stem uses, tributary uses, as well as evaporation and transit losses in both the upper and lower basin. And you may also hear, well, what about the reports that we see from the Bureau of Reclamation and the things that we hear our lower basin partners saying that they're only taking 6.6 million acre feet, or they only took 6.6 in 2022. And what we would say in response to that is that if you look at the report that's contained in, it's called the Decree Accounting Report. So under the Supreme Court decree in Arizona v. California, the lower basin states, or Reclamation rather, is required to report on the amount of water that was delivered to the head gates of lower basin contractors. So that's the amount of water that they received from the main stem only. So that's part of the puzzle. That's an important part of the puzzle, the calculation. But what we would say is that if you look at the compact and just reality, tributaries are also included in depletion amounts from the Colorado River, as are evaporation and transit losses. So we are taking the amount that they actually got delivered to them at their head gates and adding that to the amount of water it took to get there, the amount of water released from Lake Mead total, and also tributary uses in the lower basin. So I just wanted to put that out there in case you get questions about it. And the other question we get, I'm using a bit of a euphemism here. The other question we get is, well, your numbers are a little outdated. They're from 2005. And I would say, yes, they are from 2005, because that's the last time we got tributary counting on the lower basin. We would love to have updated numbers, but that's what we have. So I'll now close out the in defense of our infographic portion of my talk. But again, just wanted to make sure that you all have that and are armed with that information if you get asked about it in the coming days or weeks. I also wanted to provide a really quick update on the 2024 System Conservation Pilot Program. So the UCRC was receiving applications through December 18th. Can't remember the exact date right now. All to say, we have all the applications now, and just wanted to give a quick overview of what we're seeing so far. And this is kind of preliminary because we still are yet to do an in-depth review of all the applications. But in Colorado, we got 51 applications, and the total estimated conserved consumptive use is 17,000 acre feet. As you all are very aware, we made a number of changes to the entire process this year. And one of those changes was to provide all the applications that we received meeting the preliminary fatal flaw review to anyone who signed up to receive them. And the only information redacted was personal information like email addresses and home addresses and things like that. So we have done that. We've sent the applications out to everyone who requested them, and comments are due by January 31st, which for anyone listening in who is planning to submit comments, that's in 2 days. So just putting that out there. So in the upper basin as a whole, we received 124 applications totaling just over 72,000 acre feet of conserved consumptive use. So again, I just want to offer a few caveats that that's based on a preliminary review. We're still looking at those, but just wanted to get you all up to speed on the current information that we have. I think that's all the slides I have, but I also just wanted to note briefly, we are engaged in the post-2026 or the negotiations for post-2026 operations of Pell and Mead. And I nearly put up a slide up here of the irrefutable truths, but you are all very familiar with them now, so I thought I would spare you that. But just wanted to let you know that what we're really working on and what Commissioner Mitchell is really focused on is taking those irrefutable truths and putting them into practice. So in those negotiations, what do those actually look like in practice, right? Things like hydrology-driven operations, addressing lower basin overuse. So those are the discussions that we are having right now. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Well, fine. There we go. Okay.
Oh, come on, Mike.
Sorry. I said thank you, Amy, and thank you, Michelle, for the materials that you sent to us in the packet on the hydrology. That's really helpful. Are there questions for Amy? Okay. Oh, Paul does. Yep. Go ahead, Director Boucher.
Thanks, Chairman Felt. Thanks, Amy. And I've had 2 questions about this, oddly enough. I know the deadline is the 31st, but a couple of people that are waiting for some information. Is there like a time on the 31st, or how does this work for when comments are due? Because I think they're waiting for as much information before they make comments on the SCPP applications.
Let's just say 11:59 on the 31st. How's that, Director Boucher? And I also just want to emphasize that even after that deadline, if people are seeing things or have questions or anything like that, my phone line is always open. So please feel free to get in touch.
Perfect. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Next up is operational planning with Deputy Director.
Good afternoon. For the record, old Anna Moss. I promise to be brief. So this is the operational plan update that we're trying to bring forward every board meeting to let you all know that, we continue to make progress on that plan. And in there, we had developed that annual calendar, which I received some feedback after the last board meeting. So thank you for those who reviewed that. And in that annual calendar, we promised to bring to you an update of the SMART Act and our performance metrics. So I'll keep this very high level. This is information only, and I'm certainly open to feedback today, or if you just want to email me notes that you've got ideas on too, we can do that. So. Oh, perfect. So I'll keep this quick, but Director Gibbs did the heavy lift at the SMART Act hearing last week and did a great job navigating all the things that the department does, and it never ceases to amaze me, every single thing under the DNR. It's a lot of really great things. And so it's a privilege to be a part of that great department. Here was just an overview of what he went over. The things that I'm going to highlight for you really is the CWCB's wildly important goal. What was not in the SMART Act is our actual metrics that are in part of the performance plan. So I'll also highlight those for you. But within the SMART Act itself, each division had 2 slides. So there was an overview of you all and what you do, and you know that, so I won't share any more on that. And then information was provided on some of the good work that's happening behind the scenes to bring that to the General Assembly's attention. So we got to celebrate the fact that 1 year ago this month, you all approved the 2023 water plan, and we've made a lot of progress on that in the first year already. The turf program, already that $2 million is allocated, as you're well aware, and the General Assembly was made aware that you're encouraging another $2 million to extend that program. And then there was a Colorado River update, which I don't need to spend any time on. So. So we've got wildly important goals that are developed in conjunction with the department and the governor's office based on the governor's office priorities. And so in that, the DNR has 3, we call them WIGs at the state. We've got 3 WIGs, and number 3 is related to water plan implementation. And so on the governor's, on the state website, the governor has a dashboard that tracks all of these metrics. And so here's ours, that we are intending to implement 10% of the agency actions in the water plan by the end of this fiscal year. And that really aligns perfectly with, we have 50 actions. So if we start advancing, 5 per year over 10 years, then we'll hit that target at that 10-year mark. So that's kind of where we backed into this. So we have a handful of measures that we report on, mostly quarterly. One of them is actually an annual metric. So we have it's kind of blocked on my screen here, the producing final recommendations to support transformative landscape change. So we've got the urban conservation landscape task force report coming out tomorrow. Supporting wildfire ready watershed grants. Chris Sturm and his team are doing a great job working on those. Supporting the development of our operational plan. So that one has a 1-year mark that we're tracking. So we're well on target for that. Working on the Basin Roundtable handbooks. Russ Sands and his team have made a lot of progress on that. They plan to start sharing that out in the next couple of months here. And then another one that we're reporting on is developing a draft basin economic opportunities of avoided buy and dry. And so I know that also within Russ Sands' team, Nora Flynn and Jeff Rodriguez are working hard on that. So there's advancement happening there, even if you haven't seen some of those things. Jeff Rodriguez has actually set up a really cool tracking spreadsheet for all 50 agency actions. And of the 50, already 38 have some sort of movement. And the movement might just be, hey, we have a plan for how we're going to move it forward. We've had some kickoff meetings all the way up to wildfire ready watersheds. We've already completed that, and that's 100% done. So we've made a lot of really good progress there. I mentioned this earlier on the governor's dashboard. You can check out these metrics on a monthly basis as things get updated. A lot of it is quarterly. Also in your board memo, I did link to the DNR performance plan, but it's also on the governor's website. And I'll just go over these really quickly because it's what we accomplished last fiscal year rather. We've got 4 performance plan goals, all related largely to the 2015 water plan objective measures. So there's one around storage, one around conservation, an in-stream flow, and agricultural goal. And so the storage goal is looking at that 400,000 acre feet of storage that we were trying to target, figuring CWCB would be involved in about 25% of that as far as funding opportunities. So we track every year how many acre feet are created both from loans and grants. And that's based on how much construction is complete. And then the balance of that is how much is still under development. So if a reservoir that we've funded is, let's say 50% built, we'll take credit for a small portion, knowing that the rest of it's coming, but it's just a way for us to kind of track that there is incremental projects because some of these take, a few years to happen. The next one is on reducing M&I demand through water conservation efforts. So it's kind of that balancing act with increasing storage, but then also helping reduce demand through conservation efforts. And so Kevin Reedy works hard on helping track these, but really making sure that we're looking at water efficiency plans and acre feet conserved through 1051 reporting. The next one is related to our in-stream flow program largely and trying to increase aquatic environmental protections. So that is largely on Rob and his team, and they do a great job making sure that we're staying on target with each of these goals, including keeping acre feet in recovery programs and then tracking how much of that is done through in-stream flow leases. And the last one that we have is trying to promote water sharing agreements. We probably need to update the language in our actual plan, and we're making great progress there. We're trying to get 2 or 3 new projects per year through our water plan grant program, and we've been staying on target with that one as well.
Hannah, Director Brown has a question on one of those.
On the Met Division Goal 3, I was just curious, where did the goal come from to protect 1,000 additional stream miles by 2030?
I might have to phone Rob if he is still here. I will have to get back to you on that. I don't remember the history of that particular metric, so let me get back to you on that.
No worries. And I'm super appreciative because I know we talked about this at the planning workshop. And so if you would refresh my memory, will we see the goals before they become the goals now that we're kind of keyed into this? Or is that something that happens at DNR level and we don't see them? I'm sorry that I just can't recall.
This is perfect timing. That's exactly what my next slide is. So thank you for queuing that up and I'll gladly answer that. So we're right now in this conversation phase with CWCB and with the department kind of looking at, future goals. And so that starts to happen February, March-ish. And then in April is when Director Gibbs' team goes to the governor's office and says, here's for the department, here's what we think could be our WAGs for the year. And then we have a lot of conversations. It's definitely a back and forth and just trying to figure out what can we track, what are some actual SMART goals, what's within our controls. There's a lot of things that go into this. So we usually finish that May, June-ish. And then June, July is when we finish doing all our reporting from what happened the previous fiscal year. And then that's when the new performance plan becomes, I guess we finalized last year's and we're sort of looking ahead to the new. And then the actual performance plan from the year before gets published in October, November, right around the budget timeframe. So we're in those conversation phases right now. And so that's why if you all have ideas, I'm happy to bring that in because we're sort of starting that phase for next year. I'll also say that it doesn't have to be just this one time, right? Like we can also think about this at Finance Committee because this is just an ongoing cycle that we do on an annual basis. So we've got a few opportunities. I know there was conversation about prioritizing NRIs based on progress, in the water plan. I think that's one thing that I'm excited about. We're tracking these agency actions. That's what we have within our control. And so that's kind of where my eye is right now, is really looking at back to our WAG. Are we advancing all 50? So does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, definitely. I would love to hear, it gives us good food for thought to help to bring some ideas back. Even, we totally rushed you today. So obviously no one wants to do this today, but I'm sure, just to go back on that metric of 3, the only reason I ask is because I do get, questions about how do we decide how many rivers get protected and street, and it's kind of like, well, we don't, do we? So I'd love to talk to Rob about how if that's going to be a goal or if some version of that is a goal, how do we as a board make sure we're on board as a board to do that? And what's the rationale behind the numbers so that we have, we can maybe just talk about it. Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
We also have a question from Director Brody.
Thank you, Director Felt. I agree. It'd be good for the board to get a preview of what you're thinking of for next year. And while obviously we are just one voice in the conversation, I don't know if it'd be possible maybe at the March meeting to get a preview of what you all are thinking and use that as an opportunity to just kind of bounce that off the board and make sure that we're all in alignment and supportive of the direction that you're proposing to the governor, if that would be appropriate.
Yeah, and just in response, I think what we can do is we don't change our performance metrics all that often. I think that in light of the new water plan, it's probably time that we give this a deeper look. I would say on the WIG side, we probably can't because that really is more work of the governor's office, but on the metric side, I'd happily bring that to you, so. That's all I had. There's no action required, so unless you have other feedback for me, I think that's it.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Okay, we have public comment. We have 2 requests for public comment. The first one is online, I believe. Maybe not. Kevin Kistler. Oh, okay. There was a Kevin online, so I thought maybe that was you, but great.
All right, can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Coming all the way from Cortez, where I sit on the Southwest Basin Roundtable to represent municipal interests down in the area. And I just had a few questions to address to the board. Well, it's actually one question that's a 2-part question. So I'll jump right into it. So what I would like to ask is what we can be doing at the roundtable level to seek legislative action enacted at the state and compact levels that to try and keep upper basin water in upper basin storages. So we're not constantly draining our upper basin reservoirs to send water down to Lake Powell and Lake Mead. And then furthermore, to see what we can do to accelerate the expansion of those storage reservoirs in the upper basin. And I know typically we look at that through reservoir enlargement or creating new reservoirs, but I also want to extend the topic of conversation to subterranean resources as well, aquifer recharge, and what, again, we can be doing at the roundtable level to bridge that gap between the grassroots level and the state and legislative levels.
Director Vasquez.
I actually think that would be a marvelous panel discussion at the C9 summit that's planned for next fall, if we don't have coherent answers for you today, because that's a ground up kind of answer, how we might do better at the roundtable level to support what the state needs.
I think that'd be a fabulous idea. I know our Basin 9, along with all the other roundtables, would be eager to have that conversation.
Yeah, Director Kosloff.
Thank you. I just thought I would provide a little information about your question around subsurface storage.
Sure.
And just at a really high level, there's 2 ways where I see that can happen legally right now under our system of water law. Number 1, there's an allowance for subsurface storage in non-tributary aquifers. Those are our aquifers that are disconnected from our stream systems. You can essentially recharge water into non-tributary aquifers and then take it out later as needed because it is disconnected from the stream system. Most of our groundwater, though, it's assumed to be connected to the stream system. And the way that we see that subsurface storage utilized right now is that people will recharge water and then they will determine what the timing is for that water to make its way back to the stream system. So it's not really in perpetual storage. It's just kind of a retiming using recharge and it comes back to the stream. And then that's commonly used for augmentation water supplies, but it's not, we don't really have a legal mechanism for that to be long-term storage because it does move. And so I just wanted to kind of point out the 2
different ways we're using subsurface storage right now. You might be interested, the city of Greeley has a project up near the Wyoming border where they're using non-tributary storage right now, and maybe just something interesting for you to look into.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, well, Director Brown.
Maybe to put a question back to you, how do you feel like your roundtable, do you get a lot of participation from people that aren't on the roundtable? Do you feel like we're supporting you all in the way that you need for, you know, getting new people involved and being able to be in the areas that maybe you don't host your meetings in, or you have, you know, participation from, like, if you're municipal, there's other municipalities that aren't on the roundtable. Do you feel good about how that process is going?
Well, I see two parts to that question. First part is participation. We finally started having in-person meetings again after COVID. We've talked with our PEPA liaison about trying to create a public outreach campaign to try and bring a little more attention to some of the issues that we have in the Southwest Basin specifically. And part of that is because our unique hydrology is a little more fragile, our ecosystems is a little more fragile. So we just want to make sure that we're getting all the people that have all of their collective variety of interests at the roundtable to have these discussions. So as far as public outreach and engagement, I think we're seeing a decent amount of response. I know there's people that are enthusiastic about it, that like to participate. Sometimes the drive can be a little treacherous with all our mountain passes down there, but we have people that brave it nonetheless. So I think from a public engagement standpoint, we're growing in the right direction. As far as the state interaction level, and that's part of the reason that brings me here to ask the question today, is I just want to make sure that at the roundtable level, we're doing everything that we need to be doing to have the conversations at the state level to see if, you know, whether it's enacting specific legislations to protect our fragile ecosystems, our streams, our water hydrology, or whether it's going to express something more at the interbasin level. I know Utah down in that area has been pretty active in trying to reach out to us as well, because they see a lot of similar issues, and they're also, again, worried about the amount of water that the lower basin states continue to use. So that's where I come to ask you today again, how we can continue to navigate that. As far as it is now, I think it's going well. I just want to ask the question, could we be doing anything better? So the fact that we're asking that question, I think, is a good level of interaction. But again, if there's anything comment wise or guidance wise or ongoing coordination we can do, then we'd be happy to do that.
Thank you for coming all the way up here from Cortez.
Yeah, thank
That
you for.
Speaks volumes.
I wasn't sure that I would make it. That's why I asked for the hybrid option, because it's 9 hours in the car to get here.
That's just an amazing trip that you took to speak to the board, and really appreciate that, and appreciate your service on the roundtable as well. I just wanted to address the part of your question about legislative recommendations, and just so you're clear and everybody who's listening is clear, this board doesn't actually make recommendations to the legislature about laws that should be changed, with the exception of the projects bill discussion that you just heard. That's kind of the one exception to that rule, and is really a really monumental piece of legislation where we basically recommend projects to be funded around the state of Colorado, and always appreciate roundtable suggestions and applications to that funding source. But I think the value that our staff hopefully provides to the roundtable is by showing and providing updates about kind of what's going on at the state level, and then taking any messages back that your roundtable has to this body and to our staff. And hopefully that process is working well. But I just really think that the greatest value that the roundtables have is in bringing local folks from your community into the conversation about water, and then providing them with all the information about funding resources and grants and loans that are available through the CWCB. But I'd love to see more roundtable members coming to the board during public comment and asking questions like this. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Director Sakata.
Thanks, Chairman. Chairman Felt. Yeah. To follow up on what Director Riss said, I know too, since COVID's kind of opened up, the board really likes to go on the road. We were down in Durango, I don't know when it was, But
September of 22.
September of 22. So yeah, exactly. When we're on the road and visiting an area, please be sure to encourage people to stop by and visit. That's really enjoy it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other comments? All right. Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for all your individual participations and everything you do for the state of Colorado.
Thank you. You said you wanted to hear from more roundtable members, so next up is Ken Brenner.
We're out of time.
Manifestation.
Well, it's quite a day today. My name is Ken Brenner. I'm from Steamboat Springs. I'm on the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District Board, and I'm also the representative to the roundtable. So, but I would just say that my comments may not reflect everything that those people are thinking. So, but I wanted to make sure that you knew where I was coming from. I have a number of comments and then a single question of you. I wanted to start off just thanking all of you for the great work that you're doing. As testament to that is the work that I've been able to do over the last few years, working one-on-one with your staff at a number of different levels. I was lucky enough to be involved with the planning for the C9 Summit. Thank you so much for your support for that. And I'm really glad to hear that you're talking about continuing that work. I think that's a really important opportunity to learn from each other. Thank you. Also, the transparency of your Colorado River negotiations. I think most of you were a part of, or certainly very aware of the 2007 guidelines. This is a very different approach that you're using this time. Your staff has been very transparent. Becky and Amy and their staff have been available for questions and to help us better understand what all is going on. Thank you. That's really important. I also do want to speak on behalf of the Upper Yampa to thank you for your wildfire ready watershed grant of almost $1 million that we're going to use on the Bear River. The Bear River is the headwaters of the Yampa. The Yampa River ends in Yampa, doesn't end. It turns into the Bear River and runs up into the flat tops. And that's where we have a reservoir called Yamcolo, and there's a couple other small reservoirs there. That's a really critical water supply for us. Thank you for supporting that effort. I wanted to talk a little bit about how you spend your money. You did a great job today. I know that $20 million isn't like laying in a bag underneath your desk right now. That's a pretty big ask, and I thought you handled that quite well. It's a really important statement to make. We want to wish them lots of luck as we raise the rest of the funds, but thank you for your support. I would point out that the Division 6 measurement rules have become final. We're not 100% in compliance up there. So we're going to probably need some additional funding for infrastructure. You've given us a grant in the past that the Yampa matched, and we're working individually with different ditch owners and headgate for different companies. So that's a big, we're trying to streamline that process. Maybe that's something that's replicable around the state. But I think the comment that I heard from Attorney General Weiser early today about the urgency of realizing that we actually do have some funding right now that will not last forever, and that we really want to do everything we can to make sure that the agricultural community and other water users know that we're here to support those diversion support. Next was the Airborne Snow Observatory. I've spoke to you before about how important I think it is to gather data. This is a great program. Thank you for including some funding for that in the projects bill. Also be aware that we were fortunate enough in the Yampa Valley to, there was some UCRC funding that came to ASO, and they have prioritized. We have a snow off flight that was done about 1.5 years ago. We're going to be able to fly the Yampa and Elk Rivers twice this spring because of that funding. It's a big step forward. Yeah, it'd sure be nice if we could do the flat tops and Grand Mesa and some of the other big water collectors for you here at some point in the future. I know you don't have all the money, but I do believe that you can influence the Bureau of Reclamation and the UCRC to continue to enhance and expand that program. This is the cornerstone of our negotiations for the post 2026 era. We want to base those negotiations on actual supply, not reservoir levels. So understanding exactly what Mother Nature is providing each year is critical. And then thank you for your support on the soil moisture work. As you know, we're putting together a network of soil moisture stations in the Yampa Valley. That's also going to be duplicated by the NRCS at the snow cell sites. So again, really gathering important data that 10 or 20 years from now could be critically important to really understanding the impacts of climate change. I have another project that I'm working on up in the, we're calling it the headwaters of Colorado. This is in Wyoming and Colorado, based around the Little Snake River, although the area has now included the Elk River all the way down to Steamboat, across through Hayden to Craig, includes Fortification Creek, and then all the way up to Battle Mountain in Wyoming. It's about 1.4 million acres. We're in the very early stages of this. Is a kind of a forest health, wildfire ready project. We're not ready to go prime time yet, but it's as you can tell, a huge project. We have both the U.S. and state, Wyoming and Colorado Forest Service engaged. Chris Sturm has been a big help. We're reaching out to all of the BLM and other relevant agencies to be part of the steering committee on this. And that's a really an interesting project. I'm sure you'll hear a lot more about this if you hadn't already. But I wanted you to know that it's actually in motion, and we're going to have a great story to tell you here soon. Now I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the roundtable, IBCC, and Colorado Water Conservation Board continuum, and how we can fully utilize the potential here. We've got almost 20 years of working on this. We've learned a lot, and we can learn a lot from each other. The C9 is one way that we're able to share that data, but how do we more effectively use the IBCC? Are they a bridge or conduit? And the roundtables are charged with trying to figure out more about how to approach the forest health project or stream restoration. I mean, are there specific tasks that we can give the roundtables that help you with your deliberations? How else could the roundtables interact with you here, like I am right now? Are the chairs, would they have a forum with you? I mean, how can we increase this exposure other than once a year at C9? So that's my question. Thank you for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ken. Are there comments for Ken? Yep, Director Combs.
Oh, thanks for coming. I'm a connoisseur. Hats, well done. You know, one of the questions that I've had, I appreciate you bringing up the IBCC, and how do we make it relevant, or how do we also recognize maybe it gets blended different than how we originally agreed? I think that I'm not speaking for the board, just as a past roundtable chair and IBCC rep, maybe enhancing how we handle the roundtables will help us define how the IBCC moves forward. Or maybe the IBCC blends more into the roundtable. But I appreciate you bringing up that question, because I think it's something we need to put time into in deciding.
Thank you.
What's going to be its role. So thanks for asking the question. I think we need to keep that on the forefront of how do we make it relevant and make it useful, and not just a bureaucracy with kind of like an unfunded mandate. So thank you.
Director Brody.
Thank you, Ken. It's always a privilege, and want to thank you and the many hats you wear here before the board today. Along the lines of how do we make it relevant? How do we make sure that we're working together as one water community? I know a couple of years ago, we had a joint meeting with the IBCC. I don't know if that's on our work plan for the coming year, but I do think that was valuable and a good way to make sure that we're having integrated conversations and that this board is benefiting from the perspectives that IBCC brings and vice versa. I think out of that conversation came some specific asks from this board to the IBCC of things that we were hoping to get the IBCC board's input on. I recall equity being one of them. I'm trying to remember what the others were, but I do think to your point, it would benefit us for sure, and it would benefit the state. I don't want to be presumptuous, but hopefully it would benefit the IBCC too, to have more joint engagement.
I don't think it's on our planning calendar exactly, but it's certainly a good idea. And I think it's something that Becky or Commissioner Mitchell and I can talk about how to make happen. Yeah. Becky is coming up to the microphone, running.
I took off my jacket, unfortunately, so sorry for. No, so one of the questions that I continue to be asking is how can we interface better? And what is the role of the IBCC? What is the role of the IBCC as it relates to the basin roundtables? And then how do we feed those information back up to the board? Really recognizing that the IBCC is not a decision-making authority, but they can really influence with recommendations. I think what I've heard consistently in the communication thus far is that folks felt that the conceptual framework was something that the IBCC did that really had benefit across the state, and the board took that and it took that recommendation. So how do we do more things like that? What do we focus on? It's not just about the Colorado River, obviously, but there are things across the state. So we are working on that, and we're having individual conversations with each IBCC member so that we can try to really harness that power. Yes, he's got office hours with me, so.
Nice. And thank you for her appointment. Dan did a fabulous job, but Becky's enthusiasm will be good. And the first meeting is a testament that we're scheduled from 9 until 4. We'll actually be able to dive right in and do some important work.
Thank you, Ken. Are there any other comments for him? Thank you for all of that, Ken. Appreciate it. Viola, just to confirm, tomorrow we're starting at 9. Breakfast is at 8, same place. Okay. And we'll be kicking off directors' reports at 9. Something to keep you awake tonight or wake up early?
And make plans to stay for the in-stream flow celebration after.
Right, right. Anything else? All right, then we'll be in recess till 9 o'clock tomorrow.